Your lips are salmon color. Just wanted to bring this up again for everybody. Just such a beautiful image. Aiden called me last night and literally started calling me a bunch of slurs. Oh, is that your fan? You have some weird fantasies. Where's the Boblox OnlyFan leak stream, Aiden? Is it not up? Every once in a while, I have to take down a stream if I think it's gonna go against TOS, and then I say I'm gonna edit out the part that's against TOS, and I always forget. So I forget to do everything. I'm so useless. All right. Um. Well. Well. Why are you so loud? Let me turn it down. I have my gain all the way up because I have to keep my voice down a little bit because it's so late. Galactic dumpster fire. All right, what's our first topic? We had something I needed to bring up here. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So there's a YouTuber that's in some controversy. Let's check this out. All right. A few moderators of the YouTuber named Gerg have come forward and sent me screenshots of how he acted behind the scenes. More screenshots are below. Let's check this out. 735K sub channel. Um, treat your moderators good, folks, except for me. It's a good thing. Listen, one of these days, Toki's gonna come out and send some of this shit to Drama Alert, and it's gonna be like, uh, Colombian homosexual Toki comes out with claims about how Aiden Underground is treating his moderators. Speak up? I thought, is it... Wait, okay, wait, hold on. How about now? I think we're at a good volume here. Um, See, when I keep my voice down, my voice actually sounds deeper, so I think we're gonna do that from now on, and then just turn up the gain so people think I'm talking at a normal volume. Alright, cool, cool. What is up, Autism 420? At Lazy Gamer, I've told you time and time again, do not at everyone. Unironically important time to do it. It is fucking worthless now because your retarded fucking ass has used it so much. No, it isn't, you cretin. Constantly, the announcements channel at everyone is used for unimportant dumb shit, and you may be too short-sighted to see this. But when you do that, people turn off at everyone notifications. So when I do want to use it, it is useless because you use it for dumb, stupid shit. And I've said this to you so fucking much. And you can tell because the amount of reactions on that everyone posts have decreased over time. I took this lesson from Cyber Billy, who's in the entire duration of having VCraft used at everyone twice. Shut up, you fucking dumb individual. Okay, let me just off the bat, I'll say this, okay? First of all, even if someone is a paid employee, you don't talk to them like this. But like moderators do you a service in most cases for free, right? So you can't shout orders at them like they're in the fucking military. I've spoken to a mod once, like not like this, but in an aggressive manner. But that is because they were being like actually retarded behind the scenes. They banned a bunch of like, so basically somebody came into the server on a bunch of alts and started doxing somebody. So the moderator just banned a whole bunch of people who weren't even involved in the doxing. And I said, why'd you ban these people? And it's like, can you unban them? Because I was on my phone at the time. And he knows who he is in the audience. It's just a funny story. I have nothing, no beef. But he said to me, if you want to unban, or you unban them yourself, because if they come in here and post this person's docs, it's going to be on you. And it's like, what indication do you have that these people are going to post the person's docs? They didn't do anything. And he's like, they were on the list. The list of what? And it's like the only reason they got added to the list of doxers is because they got banned along with the doxers. So I was like, are you like retarded? Are you like actually fucking retarded? And then it turns out that they weren't, even though they were taking credit for it and trying to justify it, they weren't even the one who banned this person. It was fucking Nico. Nico did it because he thought it would be funny, and this person was taking credit for it. Your barber didn't do you, sir. I have not got a haircut. I have not gotten a haircut. I don't. Aiden, you look like a Discord mods kitten. Good one, buddy. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. All right. You know, I was thinking recently, I was wondering, um, how I do in prison. And I told you I know somebody who did a really long stint in prison, and I know somebody else who did a really long stint in prison. And this other guy who I know, okay, nobody believes this story. I've told people who this is behind the scenes, and they've looked up his case. I know a guy. This is a total. I get people to vouch. I've told people who this is behind the scenes. I know a guy who was in prison for. He went in. I'm not gonna give you the exact day because I don't want you to figure out who it is. But before, like around a little after or before the time I was born, he went into prison for murder. He got out like last year, and I know this person, and I like to ask him these questions sometimes, how I do in prison, and he told me, he essentially said to me, do not go, do not go, and I'm saying that to you specifically, do not go to prison. What color skin did they have? Unironically, half Asian, half Mexican, half Asian, half Mexican. I'm swear to you on my life, this is the only person I've ever known, the only person I've ever known that has committed murder. Is that true? I feel like I might know. For some reason, I feel like I might know somebody else. No, I think that's the only person. All right. I think I told Augie about this when I first met this guy, because he bummed a cigarette off of me once. And that's how we ended up meeting. Hey, add everyone, we have a porn problem in our Discord. Look at us, we have a pornographic content problem. Why are you having an autistic shit fit about this? Low energy streamer? Is this what is low energy? It's fucking late. I don't want to wake my neighbors up, even though they've been playing the flute all day. Which is probably why I'm like still tired, even though I slept 14 hours. Listen, you could be as loud as you want during the day, okay? But like, be loud in the sense of like talk, fucking watch TV, whatever. Playing the flute, really poorly, by the way, for hours at a time, the same thing over and over and over and over again, is a fucking, it's like a form of fucking torture. It really is. It's a form of torture. It's insane. Just the flute over and over and over and over and over and over again. Holy shit. Get a digital flute. Buy a mute. It's insane. I'm okay with noise, but like the same fucking thing over and over. Go practice in your car. Go if you live in a fucking apartment with very thin walls. To be honest, the MC Discord moderation is really weird sometimes, but here I kind of got the point. I mean, it's the official Discord. Bro is discussing a ton in that channel. Fantastic. Now I can call you a pretentious fucking retard without it being chat filtered. I'm on my phone right now, but I have a screenshot of Gerg saying the N-word. I don't I don't know you're an underage retard. Okay, so people leaked this, and then people are saying, not surprised he said that, knowing he said in his video about the new pigs. So this is from his new video. Let's see.
Craft. But generally, I really like the texture of this guy. A lot more than I do over this pigger over here. Don't worry, I can say that. Craft. But
okay, so whenever I say I don't like edgy, like I think edgy humor is like really low bar. This is not what I'm talking about. This is how edgy humor should be. There's a setup here. It's funny. This is funny. This is edginess done right. Okay, I'm not against offensive jokes by any means. I think jokes are meant to push limits. But I've made this argument before, and people are like, "Oh, you're such an SJW." I'm not an SJW. I'm okay with edgy jokes. But like we think something is funny just because it's edgy. No, hold it to the same standard as other jokes. Give it a cool setup, whatever. This is what I'm talking about. That's funny. That is funny. This is a good edgy joke. So I don't understand what's wrong here. Even the fucking, like, the people angry about this are, I hate to use this term, the SJWs, but like, he earned a subscriber with this one, W. I like Big Bungie. He follows me, whatever. But what I don't like are what I don't like are his fans in like the Chud Logic community, because like I dare have a different opinion. I dare have a different opinion, and it's like people are still on about it to this day. The spicy chatters. Yeah, so apparently now there has been a major rebellion against spicy chat, because there's no clearly defined rules there, but if you like cross post or whatever, you get banned. But they hold standards for some people, not for others, and a lot of people over time have bitched about this chat, sometimes myself included. But Alex Gekmo apparently made a tweet. Let's check it out. Or no, fuck, what's his Twitter out? Agamids? Today I was made... The problem with spicy chat is it has the potential to be a cool chat, but it's so clicky. It's like if you're an unfunny, like 30-year-old retard that like joins in with everybody else, you do really well. But if you're typing in there and you're a free thinker or a member of AIDS Gang, they did a great purge of the AIDS Gang members. We used to have a lot of them. This is actually where AIDS Gang started, believe it or not. Because when I joined this chat for the first time, when I came back, everybody had in their handle like a gang or like or crew or whatever the fuck as like a meme. So then I hated all of them and it was very clicky. So I'm like, you know what? I'm starting my own gang, AIDS Gang. And then over time, one by one, people joined. But Alex is going after spicy chat. Ain't never been a ban so quick. You already got them. How'd you know? I'm banned in there for a week because I disagreed with one of the members. Yeah, and that's how I met Ferran. Ferran was the... Okay, unironically speaking, Ferran was the first member of AIDS Gang, if you want to get technical here. I know people have their issues with him, because when I was in this chat, I just joined to troll, because everyone hated me so much, and Ferran joined, and it was finally somebody who was in there who was not, like, with the rest of them, and everyone hated him, so I'm like, join AIDS Gang, buddy. And I allied myself... I allied myself with Ferran. So Ferran was technically the first member of AIDS Gang, technically speaking. Did he ask you for change? Yes. Yes. But instead, they want internet clout, points farming, caps Twitter. They're a fucking bitch. When you're in the server, you're welcome. I like Bug. He's one of the good ones. He's one of the good mods. But these people are all very cringe. All very cringe. My problem is, they're like all like anti-Cabal, and they're like against the commentary culture or whatever, which is like what was appealing to me. But my problem is, right, they are the same. It's like, have you ever seen the Hunger Games? You ever or read the books? I haven't read the books, but have you seen the movies? This is going to be such a cringe analogy. This is so gay that I'm unironically talking about a Discord chat this way. But this is a great analogy. You know how like you have President Snow, it's like a tyrannical douchebag, and then you have President Coin, who comes in and leads the rebellion, and then at the end, Katniss kills President Coin because she realizes that she's just as bad as the original guy. This is them. They were appealing because they went out, they called out the bullshit double standards and sweeping and commentary, but they sweep for themselves, and they're just as clicky. For fucking they sweep for Sunday, they sweep for, they are exactly, all of these people suck. Commentary sucks, anti-commentary sucks. These people are all so cringe. So fucking cringe. And they're all very old too. At least, some of these like commentary retards have the excuse of being young. At least that was my excuse when I did my sweeping. That's my cope. But speaking of my problem with can we just talk about Smaggle here for a minute? Okay. I was like hyping up Smaggle for a while. I was like, he's so cool, but that's because I like an underdog, right? Smaggles had everything against him in this world. He was born retarded, horrible speech impediment, whatever, right? So I was for Smaggle. I was pro Smaggle. But this guy, he's in all the Cabal servers or whatever. He's their main sweeper. It's so cringe. He'll DM me on their behalf. I get this DM today out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, bro. Nice job sucking Salvo's cock. When did I suck Salvo's cock? See, on one end, it's I was too hard on Salvo and I accused him of being a rapist somehow. And on the other, I sucked his cock. Dude, Smaggle is like such a fucking... he's literally male Kinetic Cal. We can't go after Kinetic Cal for this like sweeping for and like sucking up to the higher ups and then just like ignore Smaggle, okay? Like it's the same thing, albeit Smaggle's a bit more funny. Albeit Smaggle's a bit more funny. But like this guy is like, and the other thing too is I totally forgot about this. Somebody brought this up. Augie demodded Smaggle once, and he was on Twitter. Like, if I remember this correctly, I could be wrong. Didn't he like run to Twitter and like vague post and like threaten to like end it? Do I have that? Someone must remember that. Somebody has to remember that. Smaggle's the retarded little brother to the Cabal. The problem is he's like, isn't he like 25 or something? Me if Aiden unmods me, poop swag, I'll never unmod you. Well, that's not true. I don't want to make that promise to anybody. Were there real... Aiden, it's my birthday. Can I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Soul Skibbity. Happy birthday, buddy. It's gonna be my birthday soon, too. How long? I'm not really happy about it, but it's gonna be my birthday in... It's February 16th now. How many days are there in February? Is this a 29 month or a 31 month? Well, it's gonna be my birthday in about 3 weeks. 3 weeks, about 3 weeks. I'm turning 20 years old. I'm no longer a teenager. But I still feel like a teenager because I lost a year or two because of COVID. Blame everything on COVID. That's the cope. That's the cope. Literally a senior citizen? True. Aiden is balding? You're right, dude. I have no hair. No, my problem is how quickly my fucking hair grows. I get a haircut and then it looks crazy, like in a few months. When's the birthday stream? I'm probably gonna go home for the weekend. I promised my mom I would come back for the weekend. So I'll probably fly back and we'll see if I can if I stream from home or not. I don't know. I don't know if I will. Aiden, do you accept bribes to set a stream topic? Name your topic. I'll name you a prize. I do miss... Listen, I do... Okay, stop. I do miss New York. I do miss New York a lot, so... Little Jay misses his mom. What's cringe about that? People are like, oh, do you want your mommy? No, but I do like to see my mom every once in a while. Is there a problem with that? Problem? Issue? Yeah, I call my mom almost every day. Problem? Issue? I only call her... Okay, the only reason I call her every day is because she, like, overreacts. I didn't call her once for, like, 2 or 3 days, and she, like, thought I died. She was gonna, like, send a wellness check. I'm like, Mom, it's been 3 days. It's been 3 fucking days. She thought I, like, died or something. It's like, no, I didn't get around to call. Sorry. Fuck. Jays are infamously mama's boys. I mean, yeah, it's very similar to, I've always said this, like, besides the religion aspect, I don't know if this is just, like, a New York thing or an East Coast thing, but there's a lot of similarities between Jews and Italians. A lot of similarities. The guilt tripping mother. I mean, it is literally like the same thing. I just know Aiden's. Okay, good one. My mom does box. My mom does box. All right. Both have a very loose argument as to not being considered white. Most Italians and most Jews consider them, or well, at least consider themselves white, I think. Or at least on like official forms. Why did you bring up your mom, bro? Why did I bring up my mom? I don't even remember. Aiden's nose only looks like that because his mom hit the shit. My nose is fine. Okay, we did official measurements. It's a normal length. Aiden, can I be your stepdad? Yes. Alright. Cool. Nice derail. Well, we're done with this topic, I think. Lol, they literally wanted to ban me until Chud reined his kids in. It was over me showing Sunday's meltdown while I was live. Yeah, but hasn't Sunday, like, shown spicy chat shit, like, multiple times and got nothing? They're considered white when it's convenient for them. No, this is like a misconception. They're considered white when it's convenient for the white people that they're... the other white people that they're dealing with. So in some contexts, you'd be with the in-group, and in others, you wouldn't be. It's like I saw a list of, like, somebody was like, you don't like white people, then go back. And it was like, list of white inventions. And it's like one of the same neo-Nazi accounts that post that, like, Jews aren't white or whatever. And the list of inventions, literally 1/3 of the inventions they listed were fucking Jewish. And it's like, okay, so they're white when it's convenient for you. Got it. I don't think it really matters. I mean, it's like, who made a response? Who made a response? Are you gonna watch Liquid Sonic's video on Tommy C? I am actually, yes. Yes. Okay. Alright, cool. Sorry, I forgot. You guys have like ADHD and need me to be reacting every 2 seconds and not just talking. Alright, I'm checking it out. I get it. You don't want to hear me yap. Alright, we'll check this out. Wait. I am reacting. Calm down.
Tommy C was a man. No, he is a man. Some would say one of the last real men. He's an innovator, a creative, a true legend of online content creation. And I believe it would be amiss of me, even in these tough times, to not look back and study the greatness of one of our elders, as who better to teach us than those who came before us?
True, this guy's been around. This is the only person in commentary nowadays who's been around longer than me. Actually, that's not true. Beckett.
So join with me to look back.
What the fuck was... Is this guy out of... Does this guy have COPD? COPD gaming. Listen to that.
Of one of our elders, as who better to teach us than those who came before us? So
dude, why do you leave that big-ass inhale? What the fuck? COPD gaming.
Who better to teach us than those who came before us? So join with me to look back.
So join with me
at the tragic tale of Tommy C.
Big fat gut.
Oh my, dude, Tommy's really fucking aged. Holy shit.
Like hanging over my cock.
Listen, I've given my take on Tommy before. As a content creator, sure, he's cringe. I think all the criticisms are valid. As a person, he's been a good person to me, and that's what really matters to me. I don't care how you treat other people. If you're good to me, then I'll defend you if you rape. I'm not saying Tommy rape. It's a joke. It's a joke.
She's I serenaded her.
She's a pretty girl.
What?
I'm not gonna say she's not a pretty girl. She's definitely my type.
Problem?
Visually,
Okay,
for sure. Oh, for sure.
She's definitely my
for
type.
sure. She's
I'm
my
48
type.
years old.
What's the issue? Why does commentary have such a visceral reaction to like heterosexual attraction?
So what?
Who goes to hockey games? Guys
What is
in
this cut, dude?
their early 20s
He's got like a widow's peak that's like he's got like an off-center widow's peak.
to middle age that like a couple things. Throwing back beers and looking at pretty girls.
Like the widow's peak is like peeking to the side.
And the day that becomes wrong is the day I check out.
Dude, he could play the Joker. He could play like if they did like a Batman multiverse, there's like a version of like Batman and the Joker like fighting each other in nursing homes. That would actually be like a cool idea for like a short comic. But like Batman and the Joker are together in a nursing home. And dude, Tommy could play nursing home Joker.
Not like this, Tommy. Not like this. 12 years ago, Tommy started posting here on YouTube as a man with a simple and noble goal to report on the ice hockey. We can see with the first video that he uploaded on his channel that
God, dude, he looks the amount someone is dude, aging is scary, man.
Tommy displayed
I'll say what I said in Queeman's chat. Tommy strikes me as someone who streams for fun, and the monetization is a bonus. He doesn't run his channel like a business. Yeah, I agree with that. That's totally valid. But this is his job, right? So I feel like you do, if you're relying on this to make money, you should have a money-making mindset. Like, I can do the, I'm just doing this for fun cope, albeit I do try to make money doing this, because, you know, it's nice to make money and somehow justify this to myself. So donate, but like I'm not relying on this, so I can fall back on that as a cope.
an aptitude for broadcasting, with stuff thrown all around his room as if to say, I don't care if you think I'm an unorganized slob. I'm a renegade on this platform, and I'm going to talk about hockey whether you like it or not.
To my little hockey chat. First, the most spectacular hit of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
This
Here it
is
is.
bizarre. During the celebration, fans in Boston knock one of the panels of glass loose. It tumbles onto the ice, hitting David Krejci in the head.
I thought I might start you off with that. Looks like the Boston fans are doing Washington's work for them.
Wow. Just watching a clip like this back now, it really is something. I'm sure everyone at this time could see that Tommy was destined for greatness. For a New Jersey man born in the late 70s to have a lone Goodfellas poster on his wall, some would say this is a stupid and generic decoration. But to place this poster at such an angle, out of line with anything else in the room, and for Tommy to frame himself at the bottom and center of this shot, forcing the viewer to marvel at Tommy's use of negative space, it turns
So is this like going to be an actual video, or is this just like a meme? We're doing like artistic criticism, because it's still a pretty funny concept, to be fair. But
what would be a depressing shot of a probably smelly apartment into a somewhat Lynchian masterpiece that only a true auteur could capture. I think the real message here is that Tommy has an effortless genius that other creatively bankrupt, hopeless people on this platform could only dream of having. Something that really hit home for me whilst watching this video was looking into the comments and seeing another legend of this platform, Tipster Live, writing.
from 5 years ago? Dude? God. Dude, Tippy's also had such a evolution on this platform. Was Tipster ever skinny? Has Tipster been fat his whole time online?
where it all started. ... Hashtag SFTP. But unsatisfied with being the greatest independent sportscaster of all time, Tommy picked up his tools and decided to carve a new path, creating a genre of YouTube that we know today as commentary. And in doing this...
Did he just attribute... Okay, this is like a big reason I hate the term. There's no way... I remember when Tommy used to have a call in like an actual number, but there's no way this guy just attributed the genre of commentary to Tommy. Like, commentary, what we all do, has been around like since you have reaction commentary. That was like Leafy's thing, or H3 technically started that, but like it's such a vague term, and like we call commentary, nobody else considers that commentary. I told you this before. They think of like your fucking Chad, Curtis Connor, Cody Ko types. That's like what people think when they think commentary. This is like the like loser incel commentary. This like it's just such a vague term. I hate it. It's such a anything can be commentary at this point.
He had to take on a ferocious attack from a dark force known online as DJ Killer Keem.
Keem tried to weaponize me. Dude, Keem's hatred against Tommy was like nothing I've ever seen before. He had group chats of people, randos, that all had like gripes to pick with Tommy, just like dedicated to like find new ways to make him spurg. If you think about it, Queeman is like skinwalking Keem. Keem hated Tommy like he'd never hated anyone before. It was insane.
Star.
Crying, but how is that different than that shit you pulled with Basher?
Do you want
how is
the
that
money
different?
Or the answer?
How is that different than that shit you pulled with Basher? When something happened offline and then you recreated it.
It's
silence.
It's not
dead
different.
silence. Dead silence. Came your phony.
It's not dead silence.
Any normal creator or coward on YouTube would simply run from a confrontation like this, not to be seen online again. But a guy like Tommy, he sees things differently to the normal man. And Tommy, well, Tommy saw content. This took the form of the Baited podcast by bringing together 3 esteemed thinkers. Tommy C would not only revolutionize podcasting, but online content forever. Why don't we take a listen to some of the greatest highlights from this era of Tommy's career?
So here's the question, are there going to be more?
Yes, there is.
I reckon we'll finish this podcast, Keem will forget to press record again, and then 2 more people will come forward.
Dude, nobody... Why don't they just...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Hey Aiden, any plans for more early morning streams? Also, do you ever plan on doing some political streams, content, cause it seems like you have opinions on topics? Keep it up, been struggling with a horrid depression after and videos been helping.
Yo, who donated that? Who donated that? K12. Hey, well, I really fucking appreciate that, and I'm glad I can help. That is like the nicest donut I think I've ever got. So I mean, I really appreciate that, but yeah, I think so for like political streams, it's an option down the line. I don't think I'm knowledgeable. Listen, after I take my first poli-sci class, then we'll do political streams. I'll act like an expert. So maybe then we'll switch to political streams. And then for early morning stuff, this stream might become an early morning stream, depending on how long I'm awake. And then for weekends, I may do early morning streams if I wake up really late. So we'll see. It's like very unplanned. My streams are never planned. Oh, that's cringe? That's not fucking cringe. That's not cringe at all. Depression is a very real, common thing, and sometimes distractions, whether that be video games or like things you watch, can offer a bit of escapism. So I'm glad I was that avenue for that person. That means a lot to me if I was able to help in any way, because what I do is absolutely useless. So I'm glad there was something good. I'm glad there's something good that comes out of this. It's not cringe.
Now, you threatened to dox me. We're never going to agree that it was the right thing to do. Now,
No, I know. You're talking about the donut. I know.
apologized for trying to dox me. I accepted the apology, and I got hate for accepting your apology. Like, that is fucking mental.
Yeah, did you apologize for the fucking months of harassment that you sent my way?
I'm not apologizing for that.
It is harassment.
It's not
It
harassment.
is
Because yeah,
harassment.
it's not harassment. It's not.
Clown,
No, I
I
wasn't
don't
doing
think
it for
so.
attention. I was doing it for my own entertainment.
Admit
purposes.
that you harassed me.
Not harassment. No, I will never.
I remember
admit
this.
it. I will never admit it,
Admit
Keem.
it.
But if it makes you feel better,
Keem is like not a great person, but this like period of time where it was just like popular from like the Pyro Leafy grade A crowd to like go after him. Like if you look back at that in hindsight, they like it's amazing to me how some of these people never got sued. Grade literally like tried to insinuate that Keem was some sort of pedophile that attacked his girlfriend with car keys. It never got substantiated. It just wasn't fucking true. You know, there's plenty of good criticism against Keem, but like they were just like, it was like the fucking, I mean, they were just throwing anything they could at him, and Gray just literally like straight up slandered him. I'm not one to like defend Keem on this shit, but that was like insane.
I feel bad for calling you a rat all those many times.
No, you don't.
No, I don't. You're right. I don't feel bad.
But eventually Tommy would gracefully part ways with Baited and continue to independently build his own media empire with Shot from the Point. When he wasn't selflessly talking about drama of creators on YouTube that were half his age, he was propping up the to-be legends of content creation such as Illuminati.
Warren is unapologetically feminist, and if they don't like it, then I would.
Okay, the Illuminati stuff seems like I knew about her because she was on his news team back in the day, but the Illuminati stuff seems like such an interesting like rabbit hole to go into. Because I know that like when I saw her name and shit, I'm like, no way, this was the same person that used to work on like the fucking SFTP news team. And apparently it is. That was nuts. All right.
Love to drink their overprivileged male tears.
Seeing the chemistry of these two is just mesmerizing. They were truly a match made in heaven. Maybe in another life they could have had the chance to love one another.
Good one.
But unfortunately, Illuminati and Tommy would part ways too. Because the thing about Tommy is he was a ladies' man. And that's putting it lightly. All the women, well, they wanted Tommy.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you some advice right
no.
now. Stick your tongue out. Like that. There you go. Now do circles. There you go.
Problem? Let a play. Let a play.
Would you have dated me if I was your age? Like we had met and I was a big YouTuber? Thank
Would
you.
I
You're
have
welcome.
dated you?
Listen, it's a different time. You can't say anything to a woman without people taking it out of context. And it's like, if she was uncomfortable by it, she wouldn't have kept co-hosting, would she? She was his co-host regularly back in the day. Let a play. People here, everyone likes to call me gay, but people have like such a fucking aversion to like, people have such an aversion to, yeah, it's not like he still does that. Yeah, he does still do this. Problem? Hey, Aiden, is there any chance I can get a good house loan to you with little or no interest? Are you Jewish? Because then I'll consider, but if you're not Jewish, 15%.
Like back then I was young, good looking, and
I
had a
don't
nice
know,
YouTube.
dude.
Yeah, you would.
I didn't know if you would have been my type back then.
Hiyo.
Hey, sweetie, how you doing? Okay.
Captain Kirsch was like his co-host back in like 2017. Dude, Liquid Sonic probably had to... These people are like probably going through so many like years of clips.
Can I help you?
Nothing. Just wanted to say you're looking pretty good in 1080p.
Is that Jessica Pizzle?
Yeah, you like that, baby?
Yeah.
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 This, you want to go play some Smash?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of massage.
Okay, alright. I get having Riz, but like this is so weird on the... Like from a viewer perspective. Like, what viewers want to watch this? What viewers want to fucking watch this?
misogynistic.
I
of
respect him.
He should apologize.
I like with a
to
big
Tipster for
boobies in
calling
my
him that.
face. I'd snatch you.
Yeah.
I'd tell you something. If it was 10 years ago, I'd snatch you from your husband too. How about that?
Oh God.
Problem? Problem? Let a play a Riz. Let a play a play.
Yes, I serenaded her.
She's a pretty girl.
What?
I'm not gonna say she's not a pretty girl. She's definitely my type. You know, visually.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, if you're okay, just want to say something here. This is totally valid criticism people are giving, but there's no way. Some of you are regulars in Morale's chat going after Tommy. Morale literally does the exact same shit, but just in voice chats or like women's DMs, and be like, "It's so based. Let a man riz," and it's like, okay, we can look at it from that perspective. But why does the same not apply here? Double standard? Double standard alert? I know Napoleon's gonna get really mad at that. Napoleon doesn't like when I call out double standards. Look at top comment on his video. Great job. Don Lips is transferring your payment now.
Oh, for sure.
She's definitely my type. I'm 48 years old.
So what?
So, dear viewer,
Aiden, how much to donate for you to review the Destiny Head video on stream? Does it have to be a YouTube stream? Is there any like website where I'm allowed to like stream me watching porn?
think it's clear to see he wasn't just a guy we could relate to, but he...
Double standards are weird. Double standards, generally speaking, are weird. It depends. There are like there's levels. There are levels to a double standard. There's like passive double standards where you're just like you have no way of knowing, or you know, people don't naturally like make sure all their morality is consistent. But then there's double standards that are like where there's double standards that are very evident, like where you're specifically calling something out, yet like very obviously doing the same thing yourself. Those like more evident double standards, I think, are totally are weird and worth calling out.
He was a man we could learn from, and for some, aspire to be.
Like Morale. Like Morale, who I'm cool with, by the way, but like when he was going at a Cheeto and was essentially doing something very similar, if not worse, and it was like, that's a double standard that's worth calling out because you're taking the time to make a moral claim about this one situation while you're doing something almost like identical. Not identical, but...
popular.
They're incredibly double standards in themselves are, but like double standards like that are not where you're taking the time to actively make a moral claim about something that's like so specifically and noticeably inconsistent that you know you're doing behind the scenes. That's weird. Like if I know I'm like it's like if I was like bashing you and calling you a bad person for like for not being like vegan, meanwhile I'm like fucking eating like ribs and like fucking hamburgers and shit. That's a weird double standard. It's like, why are you taking the time to go at people to be vegan while you're doing the same shit behind the scenes? That's a weird double standard.
On YouTube, it's not because of you. It's because other people help you. All right? My help was Joe Cronin, Keemstar, fucking Nerd City, Colossus Crazy. You can go down the list. And I'm really appreciative over it.
But
is he drunk? Why is he slurring his speech so bad? I'm really what over it? Huh?
Some things even a true and honest fan such as myself shall never understand. Like why, after all these years, would Tommy never invest in any sound or camera equipment to make his broadcasts more tolerable, and instead dump it all into pinball and arcade machines?
Really funny. It does have to do with arcades, but you guys have no idea what I'm doing, and it has more to do with content. I don't know if it'll get claimed. I don't think so. It's gaming related, but not about games themselves, and it's funny.
I guess when you're operating at a level of genius such as Tommy's, there are things that normal folk like you and I just can't comprehend. But who cares if Tommy's show looks and sounds awful, and that he himself is unfunny and all around uninteresting to listen to talk? Because Tommy could smell bullshit from a mile away. Once he managed to smell an ungodly stench radiating from the creator, Mama Max. Whilst other creators, who actually is impressive how moronic these people are, completely incompetent morons to the point that they damaged other people. These people's opinions aren't worth anything.
Okay. This guy is, listen, Liquid Sonic, I don't want to be that guy.
Watch on.
But I think he's doing like the kinetic hell thing for Queeman, and I've noticed some people do this. I think he's trying to like skinwalk, like there's like a new like the anti-hero commentary community. You're like Queemans, you're Stylos, whatever. It's such a gay name for it. I need a better name. But he is like skinwalking so hard, dude. This video is made to appease the higher ups. How much for you to hit the galaxy gas? I'll think about that. How much for you to do a fence stream? I'll think about that. Yeah, like people like Ali Khan. It's like they're the same as Kinetic Hell, except it's like for Queeman and Stylo instead of like Diorio or instead of like Diorio or Xylee. It's like trying to like make daddy proud. Even Ali Khan, you've noticed over time, he's even like copied like Stylo's like typing patterns, like the Stylo Queeman typing patterns, like this guy. You say this guy, and then like this guy is so awesome if you like somebody, or just like in all caps or very boldly, like just constant slander. Okay.
And applaud as Mama Max played digital parlor tricks on them. Tommy was smart enough and brave enough to call out Mama Max for the fraud that he was. And when Tommy was the guy to call Mama Max out, the rest of the commentary community, like vultures, picked off all the clout from Mama Max's body, leaving Tommy C with nothing. But there is one vulture we haven't yet mentioned.
Wait, I didn't mean to. Are you fuck? Hold on.
Mr. Lips.
Mr. Lips.
I'm not aware of the origins of this eldritch abomination. But this Mr. Lips might be the man responsible for everything that's happened to Tommy. I consulted my legal team and a private investigator, but the results were inconclusive.
Dude, this video is set up very well, even though it's like a shit post. Very, very good setup, Liquid Sonic. I feel like I'm in a fucking horror movie.
But when a being such as Mr. Lips becomes so obsessed with somebody that has the power that Tommy C does, the results are always too disturbing to speak of.
Aiden, are you winning? Tell us what you're doing in game. I'm trying to invade Bulgaria, so then I could go. At this point, I may just restart as Italy, because I've been learning new things over time. But Bulgaria was my puppet. I'm trying to invade Bulgaria, so then I could go take Turkey.
Now, I'm not sure if it was the work of Mr. Lips.
Or it wasn't it was an ally, but I want full access without bringing them into the war, because when I tried to invade Turkey and brought Bulgaria in, because I needed their land to invade, they wanted to claim all the territory for themselves, which is very gay.
But Tommy, in his old age, grew more and more delusional, obsessing over this shadowy cabal that was simply not there.
They're there. Let's be real.
And that brings us to where we are now. It's 2025. I'm making this video. And I'm thinking of you, Tommy. The ups, the downs, the laughs, the cries. Despite the consistent low quality and the questionable stuff that you got up to as a creator, you are always going to be a legend in all of our hearts. So, Tommy, why don't you take a shot from the point up there whilst you wait for us, bud?
Dude, Liquid Sonic W. Go sub to him. Go sub to him. That was a good video. I thought it was gonna be like an actual like video. I mean, it was like a real, like he did like he did go over his history and shit briefly. So it's funny, but it also is like a good way to figure out who Tommy C is. So, you know what? Liquid Sonic W, my rising star. Go drop him a sub. Go drop him a sub. I think I just hate communities in general, dude. I just hate communities. The clickiness, whether you're with the anti-community, it's so clicky and gay. All of these people, everyone sucks. I just hate everyone, dude. I wish he mentioned the bot. Oh yeah, that would be fun. So yeah, that would actually be very funny. So there was another video I wanted to check out. I actually never got to watch this. Apparently it got big. And it seemed like it could be a funny topic. But apparently, there was a shitter cruise. And when I say a shitter cruise, I mean like an actual like shitter cruise. Like people were shitting and stuff. It's very funny.
Think of everything that could go wrong on a cruise liner.
Holy shit, that's
I
loud.
bet being asked to poop in a biohazard bag falls pretty low.
Problem? Do you want people to just go? Do you want people... Dude, dropping a load on deck? Issue?
On that list. But for more than 3,000 passengers aboard the Carnival Triumph, that became a daily reality. Feces-covered walls, food fights, and a sprawling tent city on the decks earned the cruise its infamous name, the Poop Cruise from Hell. The Triumph, billed as the pride of the Carnival Group, is the length of 3 football fields, boasts 13 decks with 4 swimming pools, 7 whirlpools, and a massive casino floor. On board Carnival's fun ship, expectations were high. Sadly, this ill-fated trip would make memories for very different reasons. The Triumph set sail from Galveston, Texas for the Gulf of Mexico on Thursday, February 7th, 2013.
You'd rather... Hold on. You'd rather be on the fucking... I gotta grab this. One sec. Alright. Did he record this with a serious voice? Yes. Or no. How did he record with a serious voice? This is a serious topic. This is a very serious topic. Sir? This is Trump's America now? Gulf of America, please? Gulf of America, sir? I don't care about my eggs, okay? I don't care about the price of my eggs. I don't care about foreign relations. I just want Gulf of Mexico to be called Gulf of America. Even though, like, America can refer to the 2 continents. And isn't inherently, like, a United States thing.
For what was thought to be a 4-day cruise. Initially, it was all plain sailing, with late-night parties, onboard entertainment, great weather.
I never understood cruises, by the way. I never, like, you do everything you could do, like, in a big city, except you, I've never got cruises. I never got it. You do everything you could do in a big city, except you're just, like, on a fucking overpriced boat. I don't know, cruise, and then it's just, like, a bunch of annoying kids, and, like, who wants to be on a cruise?
Weather and mouth-watering buffets for the guests.
And then, sorry to interrupt, do you remember during COVID, there was this big crisis where there was people were on a cruise when COVID broke out, and people were getting COVID and they wouldn't let the ship dock, so people were stuck on the ship for like 2 months.
The highlight of the cruise was set to be a stop in Cozumel, Mexico. Here, passengers could disembark.
Sorry, pause, Andy. I gotta interrupt again. Pause, Andy.
Set to be a stop in Cozumel, Mexico.
This is the Yucatan Peninsula, right? So it's near Cancun. Dude, fuck Cancun. Okay, that's the only time I went to Mexico. I went to Cancun, and it's just overpriced American resorts and restaurants. It's like if you go to another country, you want to actually be in that country. I don't get people who go on cruises. I don't get people who go to like countries like Mexico and just spend the whole time in resorts where they eat like the same shit they ate had they like just go to Miami at that point, bro. Just go to that point. Go to Miami at that point. It's like retarded. I want to go to like actual Mexico, like Mexico City, Sinaloa, you know. I don't know what this place. I know there's like, isn't there like some like ancient, fucking like relics over here? But I don't know if it's like resorty, like Cancun. I know it's near Cancun.
Mexico.
Go to the Balkans, that's the plan.
Here, passengers could disembark, frolic in azure waters, shop to their heart's delight.
Yep, this looks very resorty. Looks like the same problem with same issues with Cancun.
And return for a night of festive on-board activities. In reality, after departing Cozumel for the return trip to Galveston, the cruise took a turn for the worse.
I've told you this before, by the way, but you know the term Yucatan? When the, I think it was the Aztecs, when the Spanish arrived and went to the Yucatan Peninsula, they asked the natives, what the fuck is this place called? And the natives they were talking to didn't understand them, so they kept saying Yucatan, which I think, is it Nahuatl I'm thinking of? And their language meant like, I don't know. So Yucatan Peninsula translates to the I don't know peninsula.
In the early hours of Sunday, February 10th, a fire alarm echoed through the ship, with the Alpha Team call booming over the PA system shortly after 5:28 a.m. The Alpha Team announcement, the code used for a fire emergency aboard Carnival vessels, left many holidaymakers panicked. Guests on the first and second decks opened their doors to find smoke-filled hallways. Chaos broke out, with passengers scrambling for life jackets and frantically searching for friends and loved ones. On the top deck, black smoke was billowing from the smokestack. The Alpha Team alert led to panic among passengers, with some heading to evacuation stations.
Is this this is not pre-recorded. You're so desperate for my attention. You're so desperate for my attention. What's the problem? What's the problem? Lyrics is like, is this pre-recorded? Notice me and address me at once. You know what? I'm a bit pissed. You asked for all this like special treatment and attention instead of reciprocated. Where's my mod on your channel, buddy? Where's my mod on your channel? Huh? Huh? I've known you for years at this point and you're giving mod to like random shitters? Fucking gaylords like Mocha Poca instead of me? What's going on?
Once they heard no further.
I gave you a compliment and you didn't respond. Yeah, you ironically called me your favorite streamer, mocking me, even though I'm gonna overtake you, so that's okay. It's okay. You could mock my rise, be a little ironic fan. I'm gonna win, you're gonna lose. That's how it works.
Information or instructions. While the announcements called for calm, guests were left in the dark about the extent of the fire.
Folks, there's no need to be at our muster stations. We do ask at this time that you do proceed back to your staterooms, back to your cabins. As I say, there is a situation in the engine control room, in the engine room, but it is under control. So we do ask that you please make your way back to your cabins at this time. There's no need to be waiting in the muster stations. Thank you.
Soon after the initial announcement, the ship's lights flickered before it lost all power except for the emergency lights. The blaze, which was contained in the engine room through an automatic fire suppression system, was reportedly quelled by 6:08 a.m. Unfortunately, the fire had knocked out most of the ship's power and disabled the propulsion system, leaving the 3,143 passengers and close to 1,100 staff stranded.
Dude, what's the problem? Just fucking call up Superman. Have him tow that shit. Problem? But no, unironically, they could like pull sunk ships like out of the ocean. I'm sure they could tow it, right? Right? Am I wrong about that?
In the Gulf of Mexico.
Dude, why is Lyrics being so Lyrics, I've heard from like black viewers of yours that you make them feel like incredibly alienated by your chat. I've heard this recently. Is this true? And then you're going into my chat trying to incite racial unrest.
But there was a plan. 2 tugboats set course for the stricken vessel to tow it to the nearest port of Progreso, Mexico. Passengers breathed a sigh of relief.
Progreso? Sounds like a bunch of fucking libs live there.
And started
very unfunny.
Taking off their life vests. Docking by Tuesday, they were told. Little did they know, another 4 days would pass before any.
Aiden has the best Black History Month, gotta say. Very, very true. This is the only black safe space left in commentary. Okay? You have racists like Diorio, you have violent racists like Chud Logic, and then you have me. I'm the only guy taking a stand against racism.
Anyone set foot on land again. By mid-morning on Sunday, passengers realized it wasn't just the propulsion system that died. The air conditioning, running water, elevators, and, worst of all, the septic system had also failed. That's
so
when the cruise
awesome.
director delivered a message that left passengers horrified.
We're going to deliver some red bags to your cabins, to the bathrooms if you can. If you need to do a number 2, you need to poop, please do it in the red bag and drop it off in the bins, in the corridors. And if you need to do a number 1, that's a wee, please do it in the shower. Thank you, folks.
You have like the most annoying sounding British person announcing this to you that you're gonna have to shit in a bag. That's so funny. Oh my dude, that's so funny.
I'll be back with any more updated info.
This announcement came when toilets were already clogged due to lack of flushing facilities in the private cabins and public restrooms. The now infamous red poop bags were just too much to bear for many passengers.
People were using the restroom in little red plastic bags and throwing them out into the hallway.
We were in shock. We were like, I'm not using a red bag. The thing is,
Well, what do you want to do? Do you just want to like shit on the floor? Are these people really arguing they should be allowed to shit on the floor? Is that really the argument here? Something unexpected happened, and now you're like, this is a free cruise, or a free country. I'm gonna shit on the floor.
just don't eat.
The Triumph stabilizers also took a hit from the fire, causing the vessel to list heavily.
Right,
Passengers reported clutching walls to keep their balance. But worst of all, toilets overflowed and spilled into halls, seeping through walls to floors each time the ship tilted with the wind. Before long, images emerged of sewage-sodden carpets, bins lined with red bags, and in some cases, erupting toilets. Depending on where the drains in the bathroom were, water and fecal matter came back up, pooling in there and overflowing into the cabins.
Problem? This is not CNN, retard. You think this is CNN? This is some random commentator. This is some random. This is not CNN. I'm not. Yeah, sad to see a commentary shooter turn into the next Brad Taste. Yeah, Liam Donovan. No, guys, he's like cool. He likes to sound foreign. He uses the fucking Gaelic pronunciation. Liam Donovan, dude. It's like, my name's not Aiden, it's Aiden. Bro, we're calling you we're calling you how it's spelled. You're not, you're such like a fucking, Aiden's crashing. Okay, yeah, dude, I'm losing it. Put the poop in the bag.
With temperatures soaring and the foul stench of human waste permeating the cabin decks, many guests dragged their mattresses to
It's like a fucking World War I field hospital, bro. It's so good. Wait, where are my troops?
outside decks to escape the odors and sweltering heat. The news outlets were quick to react, sending helicopters out to the crippled ship. Soon, images of what would become known as Tent City flooded news channels as passengers started using bed sheets, towels, and rope to construct makeshift accommodations on the tanning deck. In a bold attempt to quell the passengers' mounting frustrations, Carnival decided to host an open bar, offering free beer and wine after the fire. The bar service was to run from afternoon until...
That's actually pretty cool, then. That's pretty cool. Yeah, just like you have a bunch of like angry people on a ship. Let's just get them all drunk. What could go wrong? I mean, seriously, what could go wrong? No problem with that. What shampoo and conditioner do you use on your hair today? Looks really nice. I bet it smells really good. Okay. Yeah, buddy? Is that what Gerard said to you the other night?
Till midnight, but turned out to be a terrible decision. With drinks flowing freely, several passengers became obnoxious and intoxicated, lobbing objects into the water and messing up the restrooms.
Bunch of poopy butts all together? True.
By Tuesday morning, when both tugboats finally arrived, the vessel had drifted more than 90 miles north, meaning that Progresso was no longer the closest port. The decision was made to tow the 102,000-ton behemoth to Mobile, Alabama, adding another 2 days to their journey. On the bright side, returning to the U.S. would ease re-entry for the 900 passengers traveling without passports. However, the added delay risked one passenger's life. Rachel Alderet, urgently requiring dialysis, became the first of only 2 people evacuated by the Coast Guard.
They got the Coast Guards.
Oh my god. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. I need my dialysis. Cope? Cope and seethe? Coping and seething?
And transferred me to another.
You will stay on the poop cruise and you will like it. You stupid bitch.
Another boat, another ship. Send me to Cozumel to do dialysis on Tuesday. It was hard. It was scary. It was, oh my God. You know, it was just scary the way they put me down. They put me in a stair rope, and the Coast Guard said that don't worry about it, that they would catch me, and you know, they were going to hold me back, and they did. And they transferred me to the bigger boat, and you know.
The following day, a second passenger.
Oh my god, dude. Can you imagine being that guy? Oh my god, you need to bring in the fucking Navy to get me off this poop cruise because I need my dialysis. It's like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Just get kidneys that fucking work. It's like unironically a skill issue. It's a skill issue. Hospitals made people too comfortable. Exactly. We need to go back to like the 1800s. People need a life expectancy of like 50 years. You make a great point.
Was taken off the ship.
Me purposely in the corner looking at flashing lights, trying to get a seizure to get off this boat. You would do that. You would do that. Aiden, what's up, Ali Khan? You are hurting, Tay? Sorry, my bad. What are you drinking? I'm drinking a coffee. Wait, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna get a tissue. Hold on. 1 sec. 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry. Really hard right now? Anyone else? What's hard for you? Are you doing something that you find difficult? Wait, why is my fucking camera off center? The fuck? What? There we go.
Because of a pre-existing medical condition. Both were moved to other Carnival ships that had diverted their courses to assist with the rescue mission. Passengers commended the crew for doing everything they could to meet the travelers' needs, but that the toilet situation had been trying at best.
Now that is the problem with the boat, is that the toilets have not worked, and they ended up having to issue us these we call them the red bags, and that is what's been used almost exclusively for the first 2 days after the fire.
Conditions on board rapidly deteriorated during that time.
I mean, I know it's expensive, but why not just get like dinghies to like come and, I mean, I guess wouldn't you need like the Mexican government to organize it, or Carnival to like pick people up and bring them to land? But then, yeah, where are they gonna go? No, that is too expensive. You're right. The Mexican government will organize it. Good joke.
Time, and food was reportedly running out. Dwindling food supplies forced passengers to queue for hours for cold onion and cucumber sandwiches. One passenger described scenes reminiscent of the Hunger Games as fights erupted over dwindling provisions.
And they would gripe at you, or other people would practically cuss you out because you would have multiples, but you're trying to get for your whole cabin, so everybody wasn't standing in line.
3 other Carnival liners, Elation, Conquest, and Legend, performed impressive maneuvers to drop off provisions and supplies to the weary passengers. Transfers were hampered by winds as high as 35 knots and a sea swell of up to 6 feet. The tugboats, clearly lacking the muscle to pull a ship of Triumph's size adequately, only managed a leisurely pace of about 5 miles per hour. Naturally, it didn't help that the tow line snapped several times during the process. Major news networks reported on Triumph's arduous journey to Mobile with around-the-clock coverage of the so-called floating petri dish. On Wednesday, February...
It's just, can you imagine, like, the crew that's then gonna need to go clean that shit up? Can you imagine? It's a floating petri dish, true, but, like, I mean, at that point, like, why even do your fucking... like, who... I guess, you know what? No. I was like, who would do this? I know exactly who would do this. Illegal immigrants. When you get rid of illegals, there's gonna be nobody to fucking clean up your poop cruises, okay? There are some jobs Americans just do not want to work, and this is probably one of them. Do you remember that fucking woman that was like, Donald Trump, if you get rid of illegals, who's going to clean your toilet? And she's expecting everybody to clap, and the whole crowd is like, huh?
13th, Tent City had to be dismantled to make way for an incoming chopper delivering much-needed supplies and equipment. By Thursday, the mood aboard seemed to get a little lighter after the food...
Oh my god, dude. This is like the group of people you'd see in Myrtle Beach, I always rant about Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, so problems if anyone's from there.
Equipment. By Thursday...
This is like the... Well, actually, no, they don't look...
The mood...
No.
Mood aboard seemed...
No, it's not. This guy, maybe. This guy. It's like wrinkly tattoos, overweight, wearing like Kid Rock t-shirts, fat women with like Jack Skellington tattoos and like Confederate flag fucking bikinis.
Seemed to get a little lighter.
Did I say black women? I meant white women.
After the food drop and the...
No, I said fat women. Okay, I was like, did I say black? I thought I misspoke. I said fat women. No, there are no black people in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Arrival of a generator that promised the luxury of hot meals.
In fact, there are no people in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
By this time, sanitary facilities were restored to parts of the ship, and passengers had access to power outlets to charge their cell phones. For many passengers...
Sleeping? I just woke up a few hours ago. I'm not even... Okay, I am like tired, but I've been tired since I woke up, so... No, I'm not... I can't sleep yet. Don't tell me when to sleep, okay? This is such an annoying meme. Are you sleeping yet? And you should head to bed, man. You don't look well. Go to bed, Aiden. Like, you're not my fucking mom, okay? I'll sleep when I want to sleep, dipshit. I'll sleep when I want to sleep, I'll eat when I want to eat, and I'll shit when I want to shit and where I want to shit, okay? Take that, poop cruise. Fuck your little red baggies, dude. Fuck your red baggies.
Staying in contact with loved ones had been a battle.
We've spent the past 2 days about 4 to 5 hours a day charging our phone so we can at least have the opportunity to talk. The only time we get cell reception is if one of the other cruise ships comes close enough to us. So we've all been frantically charging, and we've actually rigged charging stations from ship computers to try to rig. I'm sure we're going to blow up the ship doing it.
In Mobile, worried family and friends gathered at the
wait,
port.
Hold on.
Ship computer frantically charging, and we've actually rigged charging stations from ship computers.
What does she mean? Like they're using like on the computers from like. Wait, but then how if the ship has no power? Are they using like laptops? Are they like routing like power from like charged laptops? Are these people stupid? What they're not talking about like the like.
To try to rig. I'm sure we're going to blow up the ship doing it.
These people are retarded.
In Mobile, worried family and friends gathered at the port, anxiously awaiting the first glimpses of the Triumph.
Oh my! These people are so dramatic. It's like after a tragedy, like the families are nervously trying to. It's like that stereotype scene where like the families are trying to push past the police line. What's going on? Where's my wife? Except it's not like a mass shooting. It's a poop cruise. My wife is on the poop cruise. My wife is in there. Okay.
Problem? And their loved ones.
She said it was terrible. She said, Mama, when everybody get off this bus, everyone's probably going to have a little psychological help.
The Triumph was the largest cruise ship ever to dock at Mobile, and its final leg into the port required
Psychological help, dude, from the poop cruise.
more than 6 grueling hours of careful nighttime maneuvering as 4 tugboats ushered it up a 30-mile ship channel across the shallow bay. The passengers finally started disembarking at about 10 p.m. on Thursday. Carnival CEO Gary Cahill was among the many waiting at the port. He thanked the crew on board the vessel for their tireless efforts to keep the passengers comfortable and apologized to everyone for the situation.
And I'd like to reiterate the apology I made earlier. I know the conditions on board were very poor. I know it was very difficult, and I want to apologize again for subjecting our guests to that. We pride ourselves in providing our guests with a great vacation experience, and clearly we failed in this particular case.
But there was still more trouble in store for the passengers. In the Carnival ticket's small print, the cruise line added a protection clause. If the performance of the proposed voyage is hindered or prevented by breakdown of the vessel, Carnival may cancel the proposed voyage without liability to refund passage money or fares paid in advance. Despite this, each passenger received $500, a free flight.
$500? Are you serious? $500. How many days did this total? How many days total? They only got $500 fucking dollars. That's insane. Wait. We didn't even start the war yet. Did we? Oh, we are at war with them. Alright, never mind. Then let's restart. I'm trying to speed run.
Home, a full refund for their trip, and reimbursed most expenses on board, as well as a full credit for another cruise. This didn't stop passengers from filing a slew of lawsuits within hours of reaching land. However, their chances of claiming compensation were slim to none unless they suffered a personal injury.
Everybody now dude, when the mom was like, my daughter said everyone's gonna have psychological damage, what she meant, they were like preparing like the excuse they were gonna use for like their lawsuit. I was emotionally traumatized by the poop cruise. Lol. Problem?
Carnival ended up awarding $118,500 in damages to 27 passengers for doctors and hospital costs related to the ill-fated cruise. But the ship's woes continued. While it was moored for repairs in Mobile, the vessel broke free, drifting across the Mobile River and colliding with a tethered dredge. A responding towboat became pinned between the cruise ship and the dredge. Tragically, one person died and another was injured.
Somebody died for... Dude, these people are so... This is like the most incompetent fucking... Dude, this is pure incompetence. They can't get anything right. They can't get anything right. What if someone had OCD, bro? Okay, I think people have a fundamental misunderstanding of what OCD is. But maybe... You know what? You're right, though. If they had, like, cleanliness OCD. You're right. Nope, you make a good point.
As for the fire's cause, Carnival asserted that a fuel leak in the engine rooms...
Okay, wait, hold on. We'll get done with this. Is a derail, so...
But many feel that negligence was the real cause of the blaze. In just 2 years, the group reported 9 incidents involving fuel leaks linked to flexible fuel lines. In January 2013, Carnival gave ships 2 months to install spray shields for all diesel engines using flexible lines. However, the Triumph failed to shield a hose that wound up causing the infamous poop cruise in February. It was found that the fuel hose that caused the fire was located underneath the deck plates, which they believed would be sufficient to provide a shield. Of course, it turned out not to be sufficient, as the engine room fire broke out as a direct result of the unshielded fuel line. In addition to fixing the fire damage, Carnival added new technical features to prevent a sequel.
Dude, stop. I think the moral is, though, Just stop riding cruises. I've seen this happen. So it's just not, it's like there, and this is like an Americans thing, to be honest, too. Like, there are people that are just like, and listen, I hate to call out my fucking parents or people I know, but there are people that are so afraid of the unknown. They need like everything to be like done for them. I think the fun part about traveling, the cool part about traveling is, you do take risks. You don't know where you're fucking going. Like when I fucking went to Slovakia and got lost or whatever and didn't know if I was gonna make it back, that was fun, ultimately. Okay? Life's not fun without risk. And everybody, when they go to these like foreign countries or wherever, they want to be on a cruise or get a guided tour or go to like Cancun where it's all resorts, and it's like you're paying a ton of money, which just makes travel expensive, and you are missing that experience. You're missing that experience. How am I supposed to get to Estonia and buy cheap alcohol then? Stay in a hostel, sleep with random people you don't know. It's fun. You meet people, you take risks. Who gives, I don't, everyone's like, but the cartel, I don't care about the cartel. The cartel mostly likes leaving tourists alone because it hurts the economy. There have been cases where tourists, and I'm sure some were genuine tourists, have been fucked over by members of the cartel. Although the cartel did turn some of these people in. The tourists that get killed, in some cases, you do a little bit more digging and you realize they're like drug smugglers. Like there was this nice Mormon family that went to Utah and they all, came from Utah, and they all got fucking killed in Mexico. And did they deserve it? No. But when you do the research, it seems to be they were trafficking drugs. Modern Aiden stream, plays random videos, rambles a bit. If you don't like the style of my streams, go watch somebody else. If you want the same like shitter, like me walking you through every drama, go do that. Go do that. I do these streams more for me than I do them for you. Okay? If you don't like them, you don't have to be here. Okay? Nobody's making you be here. Alright?
They spent $115 million on cleaning, repairing.
So you're saying that all cartel deaths are justified? No, they're not justified at all. But I'm saying your average person doesn't really need to be as worried about the cartel as they are. You're like average everyday person. I think like some of the fears and like this hesitancy to go to Mexico are like uncalled for. Because like actual Mexican Americans go there to visit family all the time and have no issues. It's like your fucking gringo tourists are just like so terrified of the cartel. Then more than likely wants absolutely nothing to do with them.
And upgrading the ship before it resumed service 4 months later. In 2019,
listen, Toki, are you still here? Toki can vouch.
After another $200 million overhaul, the ship was renamed Sunrise and continues to offer passengers everything you could ever need on a cruising holiday. Fingers crossed, red biohazard bags and onboard activities like Survivor or Hunger Games are not on the list of fun activities offered. Watch this.
That was funny. Very funny joke. Very funny joke. Hold on one sec. I don't want these like Imperial troops in my army. They suck. Alright, well, and then we'll do... Alright, cool. You know, maybe we'll have them reinforce here for now. Yeah. Alright, cool. How long do you plan to continue streaming? Probably for a few hours. Probably for a few hours. You felted Toki over last stream? True. True. I was reading this... Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to bring this article up. I saw this crazy story. Wait, so this woman visited California. Hold on, I gotta show. I was reading this the other day. So, the homeless in California, I'm a progressive, but there is this retarded narrative being pushed by by progressives that like homeless people are just people struggling with housing. Many are. I've had a lot of experience, you know, I've volunteered at shelters or whatever. There are many that are, but your average homeless person, especially in California, many of them do not come from California. If you go and talk to them and say, where do you come from? I've never met an actual homeless person in California that's from California. I met a woman who took a bus out here from Michigan in the 80s, a guy who came from El Paso, Texas after getting out of jail. They come here because the weather's nice, and they're kind of allowed to like do their thing. And a lot of them are offered access to shelters and just refuse it because they can't smoke crack in a shelter. So they stay doing whatever they do. You know, and these people are addicts, right? Obviously, it's easy to say, just stop smoking crack. It's easy from my perspective to say that. But a lot of them are treated so comfortably, they have no regard for anybody else, and you'll just watch people smoke crack on the sidewalk where kids walk by, litter, turn the fucking park into trash. And the other problem too is you have people that are very mentally ill, that need to be in institutions that aren't, because in America, to institutionalize somebody, they, for the most part, to voluntarily commit them, they need to like be an act of harm to themselves or somebody else. A lot of these people are fucking insane. If you go to California, it looks like The Walking Dead. But Los Angeles. Hold on. What is this? In Los Angeles, a lot of people come to California for the experience or whatever. And tourists are, and I see a lot of European tourists or whatever, a lot of them are just shocked to see like how we have it here. Hold on. One woman came, I don't know where she came from, she's a tourist, and check out her story.
The Hollywood Walk of Fame, a horrifying random attack.
A homeless man dumped a bucket of stuff on your head.
A bucket of his diarrhea. I didn't want it to be in my mouth, but it was running down my eyes.
For over a year, the NBC...
Like, the shit they do, it's not even shit that makes sense, like robbing somebody. They just set stuff on fire, they shit and piss in the alleyway, and this...
4i team has been tracking crimes where the suspects are homeless. Tonight, we have learned those incidents are skyrocketing. Investigative reporters...
It's like people used to commit crime. In New York and fucking LA or whatever, people just commit crime to commit crime. People used to commit crime for like and they still do. But like if you're gonna commit crimes, you know, rob a convenience store. Don't punch a random woman walking down the fucking street. Your crime should have a purpose.
Joel Grover reports on the growing threat linked to the untreated mental illness and drug addiction.
It's like these people just need housing. If you give this bucket guy housing, do you think he's gonna like turn into a fucking like... You think he's going to turn into like an upstanding citizen? You're just like deluding yourself. But yes, the leftist argument would be, we're not saying that, that's a straw man. Get him help first. I agree, but his help should be people throwing him into a van and taking him to a facility that's equipped to like keep him there indefinitely, where he has rights to be assessed by a board, and once he's deemed to be able to live independently, be able to be let out with resources available.
LA's streets of shame.
Keep your eye on the woman walking out of this apartment building. A homeless man approaches and suddenly smacks her in the head. There are now
sometimes you gotta put a bitch in her place.
Thousands of crimes a year like this one, in which the suspects are homeless, and in many cases suffering from mental illness or substance abuse.
It's so traumatic. Sorry.
I don't want to laugh at her story, but when you hear it, it's just like insane. It's hard not to laugh.
Heidi Van Tassel was walking to her car near Hollywood's Walk of Fame when, according to police and court records, a transient with schizophrenia and psychotic disorders dumped feces all over her.
A bucket of his diarrhea. It was liquid, hot liquid. I was soaked. and I couldn't see. It was coming off of my eyelashes into my eyes.
Paramedics rushed her to the hospital, and she now needs to be tested for infectious diseases every 3 months.
It's something I won't ever forget. It was,
I hate to laugh, okay? I hate to laugh. But I read in the original article, it was a whole bucket. So it wasn't like this guy had just shit in a bucket, saw this woman. This was planned. He had been saving up. This was diarrhea that had been saved up over what the fire department had called a considerable amount of time. Okay? A considerable amount of time. What is wrong with I mean, like, I get being schizophrenic, but like, what schizophrenic delusion makes you think you need to save up a bucket of shit for like weeks, so you could dump it over some woman's head?
Disgusting.
For over a year, the I-Team has been reporting on crimes where the suspects are homeless, like this guy arrested for setting fire to chairs at a downtown station.
Did you see that video in the California? For some reason, I always just think of like Poop Swag's profile picture, because like that does look like your average like California homeless guy. But for some reason, when the California fires were breaking out, so one of these right-wing accounts tweeted out, "We interviewed a homeless guy lighting fires in California, asking him why he was doing it." And his his response was, quote unquote, he thought that he was, quote unquote, doing a good thing. It's so based. It's so based. Problem? He's doing a good thing.
Steakhouse, and this homeless man pushing someone in front of a truck. There were more than 6,000.
Oh, and his head, the headland. Oh, dude, that's fucked.
Of these reported crimes in LA in 2017.
It's an epidemic. It's an epidemic, dude.
By the end of 2018, the number of crimes was up more than 50%. And now we've learned the numbers are on track to climb even higher this year. We found case after case.
Go to Hollywood Boulevard. Go to Hollywood Boulevard. It's insane. It's insane. Like, go to the Tenderloin in San Francisco. Fucking insane, dude. No, like, first world nation should just, like, turn the streets into mental asylums. We need actual institutions for that. And deinstitutionalization was a good thing, because your old lunatic asylums were barbaric. People didn't get the treatment they needed. People were mistreated, abused. But the solution to that isn't, okay, let's just get rid of all institutions and let everybody out on the fucking street unless they're, like, fucking Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Okay? Like, that shouldn't have been the solution. There needs to be humane institutions with state oversight where these people can be held. And we don't need to wait until they're actively punching somebody else to, like, commit them.
Where the suspects suffer from mental illness or methamphetamine abuse. Meth use has been linked to violence, and so is untreated mental illness.
How could you live in this kind of environment and be okay?
You mean mentally okay?
Mentally okay.
Reverend Andy Bales runs the Union Rescue Mission.
Well, yeah, no
Does
shit.
Life on the streets lead to violent behavior?
Absolutely.
Like the attack on that woman on a...
Most homeless people are not violent. Okay, I encounter them every day. They're not, like, some people are just terrified of homeless in general. Most of them are just genuinely not violent. Okay, I don't want to, like, spread that misconception. Even the ones that are a bit scary, like the guy I tell you about who barks like a dog, he's harmless. He's totally harmless. Maybe that is because they're committing the violent ones, but I think that they have to wait until after they do something.
A downtown LA street. Keep watching. Just seconds later, the man punched another victim, attorney Brandon Cohen. Were you kind of in shock?
Ooh, dude, Nicholas Steele. Dude, we got a big one, boys. We got a big one.
When it happened,
he probably didn't even feel it. He absorbed the blow.
What was shocking was that I lived here for 4 years and it didn't happen.
Some homeless guy tried to fight me in the fucking BART station, dude. When I lived up north, it was just like I wasn't even doing anything. Just got like pissed at me for no fucking reason.
Sooner. We found the homeless who are arrested for these crimes are often right back on the streets without getting any treatment or help.
I am always on the lookout.
We discovered that Brandon Cohen's attacker, Charles Fuller, had 4 previous felony convictions. But after he attacked Cohen, the cops simply...
He needs to be in an institution indefinitely until a board deems that he's mentally fit to live in society. And then when that happens, don't just put him back out on the street in a neighborhood where he could get more drugs. Do like a halfway program where you make sure he has a job and resources, so he's gonna like function successfully.
Gave him a citation for battery and let him go. 4 months later, a block away,
Put him in a fucking asylum. This is ridiculous, dude.
a similar attack against this mother and daughter. Though the police didn't make an arrest, so the suspect wasn't identified.
They need treatment for be it drugs or mental illness. Nobody touched it.
Like Jose Rio Frio, who made headlines in New York for stalking a TV anchor. He moved to LA, where he was convicted of threatening to kill a security guard. Last May, he wandered away from this psychiatric facility and has since been on the LAPD's missing persons list. But the I-Team found him hiding in plain sight.
Dude, this is just incompetence. He's on the missing persons list, and they were able to just find him right there. It's just pure incompetence. Oh my god, dude, are you serious? It's fucking retarded. Wait.
Sitting day after day, yelling at people from this Hollywood bus bench. Right now, you're still suffering from mental health issues.
Yeah, sure.
It was awful. And it changed my life.
Heidi Van Tassel says she's experiencing PTSD from that attack 7 months ago.
I know it's traumatic, but like it's just such an absurd premise that somebody like sat there and just like collected poop in a bucket. I know he's schizophrenic for like this like absurd period of time. It's just, I don't understand, dude. It's such an absurd fucking premise. Hold on.
It's changed the way I feel walking on the street.
Court records show her attacker was charged with battery and taken to jail.
He doesn't need jail time, he needs mental health care. I have empathy.
Yeah, because they're gonna put him in jail. He'll do his time. Jail in the U.S. is not meant to be. It's meant to be punitive, not rehabilitative. And this is like, I think like a big factor for like recidivism. Like you need to put this guy in a hospital or somewhere indefinitely, and then let him out when you've created a plan with a professional that's gonna like LA is one of the most like one of the most wealthy cities in the United States. When you've like made a plan that will like help him live successfully in a halfway house or, you know, somewhere else.
Empathy for him because he needs help.
Heidi's attacker was found mentally incompetent to stand trial, and prosecutors tell the I-Team he's now back on the streets.
This is what happens too. They'll be found mentally incompetent, so the judge will send them to a hospital. I've heard there's a guy who just keeps breaking cars. He'll go to the fucking jail. They'll send him to a hospital. They'll look at him. They'll be like, well, he's not an immediate harm to himself or anybody else, so we have no reason to hold him. But he's not going back to trial because he's been found incompetent. I think in some cases you would then be found competent. The judge would take you back, but they just get let out. I know this doesn't happen for every case. I know then you would go to trial for more serious crimes, but for these lighter crimes, they just let him out. Oh well, he's too fucking insane to go to trial. Well, he's not insane enough to be here. I don't know what is insane enough. So the street will be a great place for him.
I'll never, ever forget his face.
Heidi Van Tassel says there should be help, not just for the mentally ill suspects in these crimes, but also for the victims. According to text messages she showed me, the LAPD told her their victim's advocate would contact her to offer her services. But Heidi says the victim's advocate never got in touch.
NBC4 is committed to covering the homeless crisis with our Streets of Shame series. If you have a story idea, send an email to tips@nbcla.com.
Yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous, dude. Hold on. All right, cool. Poop bucket face man problem? Experiment on the whole. Okay, this is ridiculous, dude. Okay, I'm not saying that. Okay, these are still human beings with hopes, dreams. Whether even if some of those dreams are to, you know, dump shit onto people's heads. They're still people, bro. Why is my offensive not, progressing? There we go. F4. Alright, cool. Alright, well, we have some more topics to cover. For those of you that want to suggest any, the server is open. Join the server. Membership is growing. We're almost at 400. Go to topic suggestions or post in the Reddit, r/AIDSgang. But we are about 2 hours in. So, I'm going to take my Streamly break. We'll be back here in like 6 minutes. We're going all night. So, I'll see you guys here. Briefly. Hold on. 1 sec. Who's the fuck is messaging me? Okay, alright, we'll be back here in 2 seconds. 2 seconds? More like 5 minutes. But more like 5 minutes. No, it will be 5 minutes. Hold on. Where,
Now. Anyway.
Oh, this was a good segment. Alright, I'll pull this up for you guys. Where the fuck is it? I'll see you guys here in a sec.
Now. Anyway,
and now look
you're
at
gonna
you.
want to go in the timestamp.
This accent from? This is not a Spanish white Anglo-Saxon. Her name's Hilaria. Themselves. But yeah, you know, probably not a good idea to let a 15-year-old know flying experience. Probably not a good idea. That's just me. This is a subject I was always thinking about making a video on, but I never did. Do you guys know who Alec Baldwin is? Very famous actor. Very famous actor. I actually don't know what he's... I just know him. I don't know what he's done. Actually, no. He's been on SNL. You know, he's fairly controversial. He's had some fights with the paparazzi. He, you know, mistakenly shot a camera woman or whatever the fuck she was. May her soul rest in peace. So he's always been fairly controversial. But there's somebody in Alec's wife who is even more controversial than he is. Do you know who his wife is? Do you know who his wife is? Hilaria Baldwin? Do you know her? Do you know about Alec Baldwin's wife? Well, for those of you that don't, and for those of you that do, you know exactly where we're going with this. Because I think this is hilarious. And I've always wanted to cover this. For those of you that know, we're in for a wild fucking ride. So let's go to YouTube here. Hilaria is from Spain. She has a very heavy accent. Very, very heavy accent. She is... Hold on. Her name is Hilaria. And essentially, it turns out... Wait, hold on. Her name's Hilaria, definitely not Hillary. She hasn't been lying about her name. She's from Spain. She speaks with a heavy Spanish accent. She sometimes she forgets words in English. If we go, where is it? Where is it? Fuck. No, alright. Fuck, dude, it's 6 minutes long. Here it is.
Tomatoes. We have how do you say it? Cucumbers.
So she's from Spain. Beautiful country, great people. Beautiful country, great people. But she doesn't, I've been there, but she doesn't speak English very well. Very understandable. Well, do you want to know the problem, ladies and gentlemen? Do you want to know the problem? She's not from fucking Spain. Her name is not Hilaria, it's Hillary. I guess she wanted to seem exotic or something, so she fucking lied about, like, everything. She's not from Spain. She went there a few times when she was a kid. Her real name is Hillary Hayward Thomas. She's from Boston. Her parents are white Anglo-Saxon Americans. Spanish is white, but she's like been to Spain a few times.
Ilaria Baldwin says
Ilaria, dude. Ilaria. So it caused a big stir, a very big stir.
she's quitting social media after facing major embarrassment over accusations of having faked her Spanish accent and heritage for years and years. Listen to her charming Spanish accent here.
Married life is really nice. You know, it feels different.
But the accent is gone.
One of my best friends in childhood was from Spain. That is actually how I got to go there. But that does not sound like a Spanish accent. Anyone in my chat from Spain, anyone who knows anyone from Spain, anyone who's been to Spain, that is not what anyone from Spain sounds like. That is not a Spanish accent. Like, that would be me trying to convince you that I'm, like, from England or something and doing, like, the shittiest British accent you've ever fucking heard. That is not a fucking Spanish accent at all. Like, at all.
In this video she just posted.
There's been some questions about where I'm born. I'm born in Boston. And then I spent some of my childhood in Boston.
So the accent becomes lighter here, but she doesn't know whether or not she should lean into it or go back to her normal, the way she actually talks. So in the apology video, it's like it's weird.
And some of my childhood in Spain.
But her biography on
some of my childhood in Spain. That is like me saying I spent some of my childhood in Spain because I visited. That is not true.
her agency's website states Baldwin was born in Mallorca, Spain. In this video,
Yeah, she purposefully led everybody to believe she's from Spain. She's been there a few times on trips.
during a cooking segment, she can't remember the English word for cucumber.
We have how do you say it? Cucumbers.
If I've been speaking a lot of Spanish, I, tend to mix them. And if I'm speaking more English, or doing a lot of English, then I mix that.
Her birth name isn't even Ilaria. It's all American Hillary.
I'm Ilaria.
She had an explanation.
My name is Ilaria. I'm from Spain. Dude, it's like so, and she got away with it for years. She fooled her husband. Alec was literally sitting there on like talk shows being like, yeah, my wife's from Spain. She's like the cutest accent. She managed to trick her own fucking husband. And by the way, I know this is totally possible if you're from another country and speaking and get things mixed up. But if you speak a second language, English is her first language, she speaks it every day, okay? She's not mixing that shit up with Spanish at all. She's like, sometimes I speak the two and I mix it up. That's not true. You're just lying. English is your first language. It's the language you speak every day. I find it very hard to believe you forget the word fucking cucumber.
For that.
In this country,
Also, I don't even think I'm not even sure if she speaks Spanish. I've not seen a clip of her speaking Spanish.
would use the name Hillary, and in Spain, I would use.
So see, she's like born and raised in Boston, lived in the U.S. her whole fucking life. She's been to Spain a few times. I don't even think she ever lived there. And listen to this shit. That is the weirdest Boston accent I've ever heard.
In this country, I would use the name Hillary, and in Spain, I would use the name Ilaria.
Alec Baldwin
Ilaria
has even imitated her accent, as in this appearance on David Letterman's show in 2013.
She's like, really? Okay, I can't wait to see you. That's going to be great. Fantastic. What time? 12 o'clock? My wife is from Spain.
Baldwin.
So she managed to even trick her own fucking husband because she's insane. She loves attention. She's fucking histrionic. She wants to be unique in some way. So this is her way to be unique. This is the biggest, like histrionic attention whore I've ever seen.
is now defending his wife's integrity.
There's things that have been said lately about people that I love, that I care about deeply, which are ridiculous. I mean, just ridiculous.
As if literally people, I'm pretty sure she even like dyes her hair black, but like even people who like went to high school with her were saying like, yeah, she never had an accent. She never had an accent. She went by Hillary. Both of her parents are fucking Anglo-Saxon, German Americans, like the most like fucking common like WASP American mix you could have. She wanted to seem like exotic in some sense, but it gets worse. It gets worse. So this controversy happens, and you think it would stop. You think she would be embarrassed, publicly humiliated. But then the shooting happens, where Alec Baldwin, with a prop gun, it's controversial how it happened. The gun went off. He probably pulled the trigger or something. There was live ammo in the gun. The armor didn't do an adequate job of checking it. The gun went off and killed the camera woman. So obviously the media was swarming him about 2 years ago. This controversy over her accent happened like fucking 4 years ago. So 2 years ago, and now they're coming back with they're now starting a reality show about their family where she's still doing the accent. But just to show you like what an attention whore she is, her husband has now been, indicted. He ends up getting off, I think, but he was indicted for the shooting. And the press is outside her house. Just watch this. This is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
Are these charges fair,
So, like, she's gonna act like she doesn't want to deal with the press. She's grieving. She doesn't want to deal with the press. She loves it. She loves every fucking second of it. Watch.
Is Alec gonna come out and talk to us?
Look, she's putting the bag in. She could just get in. She has nothing else to bring with her. People are carrying things for her. She could just get into the car right now. She's not. Even the driver is like, what the fuck are you doing? So she could get in right now. She's not. So she's going to do this thing where she wants to talk to the press, but she's going to simultaneously act like she doesn't want to.
I'll talk to you. Come.
You know what? Fine. I'll talk to you guys over here. There was no pressure applied. You could just get in the car and drive off.
And you have to stay away from the baby.
And then she's still doing the fake accent.
So come. I want you away from my house. I'll talk to you. Come.
So she's acting like she doesn't want to do this. It's reluctant. There was absolutely no pressure given to her whatsoever. She could have gotten in the car. She's doing this because she loves it.
No, you got it's really awful when you guys are doing it. Nobody has to be here because you can always not be here.
This is like mental illness. Total mental illness.
Okay, no, but come.
Come, she's calling all the press over to her so she can get so she can be the woman of the hour because her husband shot someone. She's loving this. She's loving every second of this. What? Wait.
You can always not be.
All right, folks. We're back. How many people do we still have here? How many people? Damn, not bad. 95. Okay. Shit. 95 real ones. 95 real ones. Yesterday we had 120 real ones. So, I think it's just because it's late, but... Dude, these are my British only streams. The only people watching at this time are British. Alright, cool. So, there was a tweet I wanted to bring up. For those of you that don't know, obviously, I always preface this, obviously, I'm a pretty anti-Trump guy, but some people take it to the next level, and one of those people, this is the gayest tweet I've ever read, okay? I have no issue with the sitting president attending an event with the American people. However, if your mantra is extreme efficiency and cutting waste, while labeling things like cancer research and veterans benefits as waste, you've no business participating in events like this. Criticize the budget cuts, but you're a hypocrite actually. Yeah, we already fucking know this, but this is sick as fuck. Okay? This is cool. If I was sitting at this event,
you are looking at Air Force One.
as it makes
You're a hypocrite for doing this. Yeah, we already know that. We already know that. But this is still like dope as shit.
a flyover over the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. President Trump set to arrive any moment now, where he is going to enjoy the race.
This is still dope as fuck. You're coping. You're seething. This is like seething to the next level. Oh, Queeman coping, hitting. Why did Kinetic Kel just DM me and then delete it? What is going on? Oh my, why do people want me to cover these Naomi King allegations? Are they even worth looking at? By the way, if you want to help out, we're a grassroots funded stream because YouTube is persecuting me. So if you want to help us out, make sure to dono. If you can't do that, that's okay. Make sure to like the stream, okay? I want to get over 100 likes. So I look more popular than I am. So if you're watching and want to help me out, and don't want to give me your hard-earned money, that's okay. Or don't have any money, that's okay. Like the fucking stream. Like the stream. Alright. What do you want me to check out? Alright, oh, I guess, okay, folks, do we check out these Naomi King allegations? Should we check these out? What do you guys think? I know it's a trending topic. It seems like it could be interesting. Please read this thread, it's incredible. Had a simple argument with my boyfriend. He refused to apologize to me, so out of anger, I decided to leave home without his consent and went somewhere else. I waited the entire day and night for him to call, but he didn't. Out of frustration and a desire to hurt him, I decided to sleep with my ex. Dude, what is this cope? What is this cope? He might not have called you because he might be letting you, if the argument was so bad that you left home, he's probably like, okay, we need to let this cool down before he immediately reaches out to you. Okay, if it was so bad that you decided to leave, if the argument was so bad you decided to leave, it's totally plausible. He still loves you, but he's saying, okay, this is like a big thing. Maybe I need to let this cool down a little bit and contact her the next day. But you just like, this is like cope for cheat. So your reaction is to then go and cheat on him? No, you cheated on him because you fucking wanted to. This is just an excuse. This is a total excuse. During the act, my boyfriend called me, wanting to hurt him further. I picked up the phone while I was moaning. He asked me where I was. This is like BPD level. This is just total BPD. He asked me where I was and if it was safe, and I told him I'm safe and I'm being fucked safely. When he heard that, he simply responded saying he just wanted to make sure I was safe. And if I was, then that was great. Afterward, I started feeling out of place, filled with guilt and regret. I decided to call him and he didn't pick up. He eventually called me back, but I didn't know what to say. Instead, I asked if he was home. He said, yes, of course. I just said, okay, good night, and he replied, good night. I wanted to rush home immediately, but I was afraid he'd be so angry with me, so I waited until morning, got a Bodo and went home. When I arrived, he wasn't there. I called him, and he told me to stop calling. I asked about the keys, and he directed me where to find them. When I entered the house, it was completely empty. He had taken everything, even my clothes, as long as it was him who bought them for me. Okay, so he took everything he bought. And the toothbrushes, the only things left were a few of my panties and some old clothes. I called him again, but I was blocked. Then I saw a message he had left me on WhatsApp. He said, if you're truly pregnant and that's my kid, the best solution is for both of us to abort before it's too late. I loved this man so much, and I still do. I don't even know what got into me, or what. Okay, so you know it's your fault. I don't know how to make him forgive me. I've been crying since he should run. He should run. He should absolutely run. Someone who's willing to do something like that to get back over such a minor... I mean, it's not minor, but like these kind of arguments happen between couples and you're just want to cheat over that. You're totally unstable. He should run. And I've no one to talk to. Every time I try calling him from a new number, he blocks it as soon as he realizes it's me. All I can think of, okay, this is a crazy tweet. Why admit this? Why admit to this? Yeah, it's rage bait. Yeah, it seems like it's probably rage bait. No, because if it was rage bait, because they seem to be taking some responsibility here. I think a good way to make this rage bait is to, like, end it by, like, blaming him for all of this. Like, I don't know what I did wrong. You fucked me over, so I fucked you over. We're even. What did I do wrong? Alright, let's watch this.
Hey guys!
By the way, this Naomi King person I've known about for a long time because a cousin of mine just used to be like a big fan of this individual. So I've known this name. I don't know. Oh, so you were a fan? You're putting it off on your cousin? I know how that sounded. No, unironically, I have a cousin, who used to be very into this. I think she makes music or something. Used to be into this individual. Very annoying obsession.
It is 8 in the morning and I touched up my roots yesterday, so I got splotches of dye in my face, but that's fine. I was just ruminating in the shower.
Why is this not full
I just
screening?
wanted to have a little talk. A discussion. I was just gonna do this on Instagram,
What
but
is-
I want to hear from, like,
What?
more people, so I figured I would make an actual
Hold
video.
on.
Hey guys,
Why
it
is it-
is 8 in the morning and I touched up my roots yesterday, so I got splotches of dye in my face, but that's
Alright.
fine. I was just ruminating in the shower. And I just wanted to have a little talk. A discussion. I was just gonna do this on Instagram, but I want to hear from, like, more people, so I figured I would make an actual video, and ask YouTube as well. I genuinely feel like manipulation and intent and all that should be included in the conversation of assault. For example, about 2 months ago, I had a friend turn out to not be a friend because he did shit I didn't want, he coerced me, all that. He basically went home and then was like, "You bring out the worst of me," and then blocked me and hasn't spoken to me since. And on one hand, there was a part of me that was like, well, that was assault, but there was another part of me that was like, you didn't fucking fight back, so...
Okay. Even if you don't fight back, assault is, like, still assault. Okay, so if somebody clearly doesn't want something, never says yes, and they're not necessarily fighting, it's still assault. But the question is, when she said she didn't fight back, did she say yes? Did she say yes to this act?
You know, and...
How are you feeling about her top? I mean, I don't particularly care.
I was basically this man's therapist for 3 fucking years. And as I slowly unraveled his story and figured it out and kind of figured out why he does what he does, you know, it was all like a revelation to him, and now he's in therapy, blah, blah, blah. I recently got in contact with somebody he assaulted 7 years ago. And as she and I have been talking, it has become blatantly clear that none of what I figured out was a revelation. This man has been doing the same things, he has been using the same excuses, he's been manipulating and lying and coercing for almost a decade. So at that point, it's like, okay, you know, looking into laws and stuff like that, every law is explicitly like, if you did something and then you regret it after, it's not assault.
Okay, so you consented. Okay, so is what she's saying, she consented and then regretted it after the fact? Okay.
But they don't take into account how good so many predators are at lying and setting up the situations. I found this conversation with him that I had actually taken a photo of. Basically, when I got back from Vegas, which is where he did it, we were still friends, but my mind was like, yeah, no, that was fucked up. You need to start, you know, capturing the proof, because this man never said anything unless he was on, like, video chat or in person. But reading that conversation that I'd photographed...
Bro was scummy for leading her on, but this shit right here is straight up malice? Okay, there's a difference between people don't distinguish. There's a fundamental difference between being a dick or a liar or whatever and being like somebody when we think of sexual assault, that's a very powerful term. What we're thinking of is some sort of act perpetrated against another person with the sake of garnering sexual pleasure where consent is not involved. Consent is not involved. That's what everyone's mind goes to when that word is invoked.
It was so...
And no, that doesn't mean, if somebody has a gun to your head and you say yes, that doesn't count as consent. Because you're not doing something out of, you're doing something for the preservation of your own life. And you can't consent when you're doing anything to live. Obviously.
So clear that he knew exactly what to say.
So we could talk about being scummy without calling it, like, sexual assault.
Nothing he said was incriminating. Everything was like a... Anyway, basically, the point is, if I had been the only person, I would have been like, okay, that was fucked up. You piece of shit, go to therapy. But it's, discovering that it was all premeditated, and it was all planned, and for 3 years it was just like manipulating and building up to this, and he's been doing it for 7 years. It's kind of like, at that point, 100%, it is assault. And then you look at other, this happens quite a lot, where I'm just going to use men and women as an example. You can swap the gender.
So does she mean, like, this guy was saying everything to her just so he could have sex, just so he could fuck? That's him being, like, disingenuous. That's not assault. That's not assault.
Genders and not all men, but I'm just gonna, for example.
That's him being a disingenuous gooner looking to fuck. That's not assault if you've given him your consent.
So there's a lot of men, not all, that will date and say things that basically make the person they're dating feel as though, okay, they are looking for long term. This is something that they're going for. Eventually they reach a point where they're like, okay, yep, I will sleep with this person.
So, okay, so is her argument going to be, it's sexual assault if your goal is, it's sexual assault if you, like, led the person to believe you're looking for a long-term relationship and then don't pursue or never had the intent to get into a long-term relationship? That's retarded, dude. That's obviously fucking retarded. Come on. That's so stupid.
That person, woman in this situation, she is consenting to an intimate experience with someone that she has trusted and is getting to know and wants to...
I wonder what her take would be about, because this is a big argument, and I don't know if my opinion on this is super strong, but I wonder what her I have a feeling of what type of person she is, how she would feel about, like, a transgender person that leads someone on to believe that they're biologically a male or a female, or biologically the sex that is typically associated with their gender identity, leading to that person to have sex with them. I wonder if she would consider that sexual assault.
To be with her in the long term, and has essentially made her feel that way emotionally. And then a lot of the times they'll fuck, and then the guy will be like, alright, peace.
It's a dick move.
That's assault.
That's not assault.
And then, if...
That's being a dick. That's being a disingenuous fuckboy asshole. That's not sexual assault. What a watering down of that term.
If the woman is like, well, okay, fuck. Now I feel completely used, I feel completely violated, especially when it comes to the things of, you thought you were going to have some kind of sex, and then he did something that you didn't fucking want, but then the police are like, but you consented to it, now you're just regretting it afterwards.
You want the police to go after a guy because he had sex with you, but then didn't commit to a long-term relationship. Or is she serious? Is she serious? That's hilarious. That's absurd. That's absolutely fucking absurd.
What do you think? Obviously, this would just open a can of worms for a whole bunch of other problems and, you know, false reports and shit, but I genuinely believe that, like, intent and manipulation needs to be a part of the conversation when it comes to consent.
It can, no, wait, hold on. That it can absolutely be a part of a conversation because it is scummy. Okay? We can absolutely bring that conversation up. It needs to be a part of a conversation. That's totally valid. But the conversation involving consent or sexual assault, no. No, absolutely not. There's levels to certain things. And just because it's not sexual assault doesn't mean it's not scummy, but that is not what that term means.
Especially, you know, when you look into laws, it's like, okay, what counts as sexual assault? Non-consensual penetration. If you look into the laws in Nevada, in Vegas, it is only assault if there was penetration.
Well, that's stupid, right? It's still sexual. If you go, I guess they consider it sexual battery. There's like a line that, but like it's okay if a guy goes and like fondles a woman's breasts without her permission. Like it's okay to consider like that. I would call that assault. I'd call it sexual assault. I know like legally that would be defined as what? Sexual battery or whatever. There's legal definitions and then like there's how the law defines something and how something is defined in a non-legal context.
Otherwise, you have to file under, what is it? Grossness and lewd behavior? But that's basically if you whipped out your dick in public. Like, so you have to either be flat out.
Well, yeah, because I think there should be a separate charge distinguishing a guy whipping out his dick in public versus the guy that is like actually going and touching somebody without their consent. Both things are horrendous. It's just that one warrants much more severe consequence.
Assaulted, and then there's no other
Dude, why is she fucking moving her hands like a fucking helicopter rotor? Just moving all over the place.
middle ground. I'm fine, as fucked up as it was, and it did make my PTSD go through the roof. And that's another thing.
You got PTSD over, or maybe PTSD from another. There's no way you got PTSD over this. If somebody, I'm trying to put myself in her shoes. If somebody came to me, right, and they wanted to fuck, and they led me on to believe they were looking for something long term, and then we went and we fucked, and it was really good sex, and I was happy with how it went or whatever. But then later, it turns out they just wanted to fuck and had no interest in a long term relationship. I'd be like, dude, that sucks. I put time into trying to build this. That sucks. But it wouldn't change how I viewed the having sex part.
Obviously, anyone watching this that's kind of been through...
Or at least not in a way that would lead to it being differentiated between a consensual act and assault.
Some fucked up emotional manipulation. That leaves you with PTSD as well. You know? It's not...
I don't think that's I mean... This obviously is bothering her. And she's a right to be bothered. It is scummy. Okay, what the guy did is scummy. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend otherwise. Right? She's a right to be bothered. With that being said, this is like an absurd overreaction. And obviously not sexual assault.
Not just the physical assault that fucks people up. It's the emotional assault. And like so many people consent to things that they didn't actually want. They just did it for the person that they were interested in, and they were like...
Well, then that's a you problem. That's not that person's fault. Especially when it comes to something like sex. yes, everybody may consent to something they don't want for the greater good, but for an act like sex, if you consent to that and then later didn't want it, as shitty as that is for you, that is shitty. It's probably a horrible feeling, but that's reflective of you, not the other person. That's like a thing where it's like, okay, I need to never do this again and not tell them I want it if I don't. I need to set a firm boundary.
This might go somewhere. And then if that person was actually a predator, chances are they did shit that you didn't really want, left you feeling kind of skeezy. You're like, you know, maybe this could be okay if they like apologize, and then they're like, all right, peace, and you're like, oh, okay. Feel like I was assaulted, but I can't call it that.
Well, because it's not. And I'm sure for some people who have like sex regret, I'll say it's probably not as traumatic as if you were actually raped, but I'm sure there is a lot of emotional distress associated with that. Okay? You have a right to feel very upset over it, but upset over it, not at the other person. Because if you consented, it's not their fault that you consented.
People are fucked up. Anyway, what are your thoughts on this matter? So that's the conversation I want to have. I think that manipulation and long-term, even short-term, lying to get what you want needs to be a part of the conversation when it comes to consent. Because some people consent to things and then find out that it was not at all what they thought it was. Does that make sense?
So then those people need to weigh the factors better before they consent to those things. That's a learning experience, albeit a shitty one, but that's a learning experience for you.
So, someone consenting to sleep with someone because they're dating and it's going somewhere and they feel safe and that's what it's going to be, that's what they consented to. If that person then has sex with them and is if that person then has sex with them and is like, all right, cool, that's all I wanted, you're an idiot for believing my lies. They didn't consent to that. And I'm not saying that's what happened to me, but like just an example, there's a lot of people who have been through this. So for anyone that has experienced this, what do you think? Obviously there's more extreme cases. You know, for some it's like, yeah, that happened, but it wasn't so bad. And for some it's like, yeah, no, I felt completely manipulated and lied to and assaulted, and it's been following me, and I can't describe why, because people tell me it's not assault.
Because it isn't. It isn't. It still sucks. It's still very shitty, but no, it's just not assault. They're telling you the truth. They're telling you the truth.
You know? Ugh. Anyway.
I don't think she's there's nothing here to indicate she's BPD. But this indicates maybe some other issue. I don't know if she's BPD.
I'm running out of battery, so that's perfect timing.
I know what you mean though, but to be fair, BPD is kind of used as like a catch-all for like any fucking insane person.
Let me know. What do you guys think? For 3 years, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, so you were involved in a situation where somebody used you for sex. You consented to it. Lol, sorry, I'm going to sleep. I didn't think you had seen it. I was feeling, okay, well, what did you say? Kinetic Hell sent me a DM, deleted it, and I was like, okay, what did you originally say? Alright, so then there was a follow-up. I received a cease and desist from Daniel Green.
Hi guys! 2 years ago, YouTuber Daniel Green threatened to wipe me off of social media. So if I disappear, you'll know who did it.
We intend to prevent these inaction against you in our effort to remove you from your platform. If this behavior occurs again, action will be taken against you to block you from all social media platforms. We'll take action to remove your site and prevent you from further Okay, well that's insane wording. I think it was a scare tactic. That is insane wording.
If this behavior occurs again, action will be taken against you to block you from all social media platforms. We will take action to remove your site and prevent you.
You want to debate homelessness, Kinetic Kel? Let's debate it. That sounds very interesting.
From further posting. Let's talk about why. In June of 2023, I made a video and posted it here on YouTube. It was titled A Conversation About Manipulation, Consent, and Assault. It was a general video on, just a discussion of consent and assault and all that. In it, I gave a very brief and vague personal example. I said that I had a friend turn out to not be a friend, and that he assaulted me, and that I had been in contact with a person who said he assaulted her. Again, I did not identify who I was talking about at all.
If you two were ever publicly in, like, a relationship, I assume it wouldn't be hard to figure out, right? Were they in a public relationship?
I did not say what this person's name was. I did not describe what they looked like. I did not describe where they lived, where they were from, what they did for work. Nothing. 8 days later, I received a cease and desist from Daniel Green's lawyer, threatening me with a lawsuit, demanding that I take that video down in 24 hours, or they would sue me for slander and defamation.
Well, you're calling what he did sexual assault, and it's not. So they have a pretty good reason to sue you, I would say. Right? I'm not super knowledgeable about, like, civil cases, but that would be pretty good grounds for the laws, especially if he didn't even manipulate her or do the thing she's... I've heard a little bit. I didn't pre-watch or whatever, but I did hear he was a bit manipulative. But you are, like, claiming he somehow violated your consent.
They would bury me under legal fees, and they would wipe me off of social media.
What was Queeman... Yeah, wait, did Queeman and Chud have a debate on this? Did Queeman and Chud debate on this or something? I heard Queeman and Chud had some sort of debate.
Again, I never said that video was about Daniel. Not once. I never identified who it was about. I go to Vegas often to get tattooed. Daniel knows that. In fact, that was something that I said to his lawyer. I told his lawyer, I go to Vegas often to get tattooed. Daniel knows that. If he thinks that video's about him, that just says something about how he views his own behavior. So I did not take that video down.
Well, if the two of you had an argument, or if the two of you had an argument related to this, or, like, if he was in any sort of relationship with you, it probably would not be hard to figure out this was an issue you had with him. If you have mutual friends, whatever. I hate when people do this. They, like, say something that's obviously about something else, and then if you go and, like, call it what it is, they're like, that says something about you. I didn't say it by name, or whatever. It's like, no, but we use context clues to figure it out, right? That doesn't mean you agree, but you can use context clues to figure out that it is about this person.
They gave me 24 hours, or they would sue me. I never heard back from his lawyer, despite the fact that I asked her a direct question. She called him a medical professional. As far as I know, I don't think he's a doctor.
You can be a medical professional without being a doctor. Could be a nurse. Could be a, I don't know what he does for a living, but...
I'm assuming...
Hold on. If she didn't name him, I don't think she can sue him then. Sure, but if there were contextual clues that could lead people to believe that this was him, there could be a basis for a lawsuit. I don't know if people ever ended up figuring it out.
that was a typo, or they forgot to remove it from the template. I sent this cease and desist to someone, and she's read a lot of them in her life, and she said that this was one of the most aggressive cease and desists she had ever read in her life. She also said that if she hadn't known what this was about, she would have thought it was a cease and desist in regards to a bad review on Yelp for a doctor. Because they brought up Yelp like 8 times. They didn't want me talking about him ever again. But again, I never said that video was about him. Now, they also accused me of harassment and invasion of privacy, which I'm not afraid to address. I have nothing to hide. After what he did to me in Vegas, I reached out to his partner, because I needed her to know that what had happened I didn't want. I know what it's like to move country for somebody and then find out that they're a lying, cheating piece of shit. I needed her to know.
Yeah, this guy sounds like an asshole. You sound a bit obsessed.
That I didn't want it. I needed her to know that he was sober and wide awake.
Okay, so you've already told somebody else the details of this situation. You've already told somebody else the details of this. So then they could reasonably, if you described it in the same way you described your video, then they could probably figure out down the line that this was in relation to him.
Fucking done crying about this shit. He was sober and wide awake, and I was half asleep and on drugs.
Wait, so now we're going at this from the rape angle? I thought it was you consented to something for somebody who wanted something and it turned out not to what they wanted. Now we're going from the I was intoxicated and couldn't consent? So now we're implying rape. Now we're implying rape. We're not even implying like a hindsight regret, he was manipulative thing. Now we're just implying rape. Because if somebody is too high or drunk to consent, it's rape. So if you're using that excuse, you're implying some sort of rape went down.
Which he knew.
But yeah, if he wasn't sober, like, okay, so there are cases where if it's one doing it to another and one doesn't meet like the variable, then we wouldn't call them we would call them a rapist, like statutory rape. If a grown man goes and fucks a 14-year-old, it's statutory rape. If two 14-year-olds fuck, because people that age can't consent, if two 14-year-olds fuck, both meet that variable of inability to give consent, and it's like, sure, 14-year-olds shouldn't be having sex, but we're not calling anybody a rapist if it's two 14-year-olds fucking. When a drunk person, when somebody who's sober enough to consent has sex with somebody who's not sober enough to consent, that's rape. When two people who are both very intoxicated agree to have sex, typically we're not going to say they both raped each other.
I had arrived in Vegas in the morning, and I spent 420 just getting baked by the pool, taking 40 milligram edibles all day. Because it was fucking 420.
Cringe.
I went to sleep because his flight was gonna land late in the evening, and it would be about midnight before he would arrive. I specifically asked him to bring coffee if he wanted to stay up and talk. I specifically asked him to bring coffee. He said, nope, let's just sleep, we'll hang out in the morning. He turned up at midnight, sober and awake, and pressured me, half asleep and on drugs, into sexual things that he and I had agreed beforehand would not happen.
Wait. So is she all sorry from there because he didn't bring her a coffee? Because the plan had changed.
I repeatedly asked him if we could just sleep and talk in the morning.
Wait, nobody ever answered my question. What was Queeman's take on this? What was Queeman's opinion on this?
I was halfway through a sentence when he pushed for
Wait, I didn't mean
to a bad review on Yelp.
Wait, I accidentally, why'd I
It's fucking
rewind?
420. Hypogonadism. It can make sex very painful for me. There's no way.
He believed her? Dude, is Queeman just a contrarian? Isn't he always skeptical of shit like this? Now, even in like the case of... Wait, so Queeman sides with her on this one?
I repeatedly asked him if we could just sleep and talk in the morning. I was halfway through a sentence when he pushed me over and shoved his tongue in my mouth. He repeatedly tried to stick his penis in me, saying, come on, just the tip, just the tip. I repeatedly pushed his penis away, saying, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube. Because I have medical conditions. One of which is idiopathic hypogonadotropic hypogonadism. It can make sex very painful for me. I cannot self-lubricate or...
But if Queeman didn't have a lot of information at the time... I mean, I don't have a lot of information either. And I guess if she was strung out or whatever, like she's claiming... I could see where Queeman came from if he was just going off of this. Because she's believable. She's definitely believable. Huh? Wait, what the fuck?
Stretch. Which he knows. He kept trying to shove it in me. I kept pushing his dick away, just repeating, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube. Jerking off onto me, moaning about how long he'd dreamt about it.
Okay, so you said you're not gonna have sex, so then you're not having sex, but now he's jerking off. Okay. So it doesn't seem like he's gone against the boundary you've now set. You said you don't want to have sex without lube, so then he's not having sex anymore, so now he just starts jerking off.
It was fucking disgusting. The shit he said. I was half asleep and on drugs. I didn't fucking want it. He told me he wanted to take me on a friendship trip. He told me he wanted to spoil me as a friend. We agreed beforehand we were just friends. He turned up at midnight and immediately went against his word.
Did you not give consent?
I didn't have time to fucking think.
Oh, you didn't have time to... That's fine. Did you say yes or no? So it sounds like she gave consent and isn't really happy that she gave consent.
Anyway, I reached out to his girlfriend because I felt like shit. And I know what it's like to be cheated on, and it fucking sucks. She replied and asked me for the truth. She asked me for the truth. I was at the airport when I received that message. I headed home to send her the truth. By the time I got home, she had asked me to leave her alone, which I completely understood. So I respected that and I left her alone. A handful of days later, she reached out to me again to call me a vile, despicable human being. It was that...
Well, did she... Okay, so... Did you try to portray it to her as a non-consensual act? Because now you've led her to believe... Sure, you've told her about some cheating that went on. But now she's probably also under the belief that you facilitated it. Because this was a consensual act, even if you regret it after the fact.
That message that made it very clear to me that she had been asking him for
No wonder she's angry at you.
Truth, and he was still lying. There's no way in fucking hell you do that to me and then use me as a fucking scapegoat.
It seems like you facilitated cheating and might feel some guilt over that as well.
fucking disgusting. So, because she had once asked me for the truth and made it blatantly clear she had been asking him for it and that he was still lying, I sent her 8 pages.
8 pages? Soja? 8 pages? 14 pages? What the fuck? It's a lot of pages. Wait, hold on. Fuck, we got our units all out of order here. Alright.
That I had written, because this is how I fucking deal with shit. If I have something to say with somebody, I write it down, and I make them listen. This was written and read to Daniel weeks before all of this. 8 pages. 1.5 pages of this was me calling him out for the way he had been treating me for 3 years. And 6.5 pages was me calling him out for his behavior in relationships and all the shit that he had been saying and doing behind his partner's back for 2 years. I had proof that I fucking fought for her. I had proof that I fought for their relationship. I begged him to fucking talk to her for 2 fucking years.
So you facilitated cheating and now you're getting involved in his other relationship? This is like psycho behavior. This is insane. You think this guy has probably raped you, and now you're trying to get involved and fix his relationship? Sure, there's no perfect rape victim or whatever, right? Sure. But like, this is insane behavior. Hold on. Offensive line.
Only to have him lie to get me alone, pressure me into sexual things that he agreed wouldn't happen, and then go home and use me as a scapegoat. She wanted the truth. He was still lying. He said she deserved to know everything, okay? He said she deserved to know everything, and by golly did I agree. In fact, I had 8 pages of proof that I had been telling him that for 2 fucking years. So I sent it to her. If he had truly told her everything, this shouldn't have made a fucking difference, but it looks like it did. And in case he is denying having ever heard this, here is the exact date and time I told him about it, the exact date and time I followed up about it, and the exact date and time we had that call. He thanked me for this. He thanked me on call, which I obviously don't have proof of.
Aiden Chud wants to play Warzone. Maybe in a little bit. I'm not really in the mood for it right now. If he's still on in a sec, we'll play.
I unfortunately did not record our conversations. But 10 days later, completely of his own accord, he reached out to me again to thank me again for this very real wake-up call. Okay? I have proof that he heard this and that he thanked me for it. I have proof he said she deserved to know the truth, and I have proof that she asked me for the truth. Weeks after that happened, I made my video a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault.
Yeah, so this was only a few weeks later. Okay, so on one hand, she's like, oh, well, I didn't mention him by name. Well, I didn't mention him by name. And, so it's a little weird and telling that he thinks this is about him. But you just said this happened a few weeks after all this went down, after you've been contacting the person he's with. Yeah, it doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure out that this is about them, especially if he knows you're pissed at him because you've been contacting his, like, current partner. She retarded. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure that one out.
I did not think he was keeping tabs on me.
You were keeping tabs on him. You were contacting his fucking partner. You were keeping tabs on him. So of course then, when he hears you're contacting his partner, of course then he's gonna be looking into you or whatever. Like, and you're a creator. She was a prominent creator back in the day, right? So if he's heard now that you've made like a video about like consent or whatever, I mean, it does not take a rocket scientist to figure this shit out. Come on. That's retarded, dude.
At the time I received the cease and desist, I was already going through something. I was already dealing with some trauma. Oh, and by the way, he knew that I already had PTSD from previous trauma. I was already going through some shit. But this made it so much worse. Finding out that someone who hurt you is keeping tabs on you and watching you, even
he
though
could have been told by a mutual. You were a prominent creator at that point. He probably knew you were a creator. Wasn't he a creator himself? It's probably not, you friends in the space, they're also, it's probably not hard to figure this out. What?
Oh, they blocked you? I kept that video fucking vague.
So she's mad, it seems like she's also mad that he blocked her and shit.
And I did it on purpose because I didn't want to start shit. I never said it was about him, and I'm not saying that it is.
Okay, it obviously come on. This like playing dumb shit. Come on, dude. Come on.
What I am saying is that he said it was about him, and that he threatened to sue me if I didn't take it down.
What was the initial response to her video, by the way? How did, like, her fans initially respond? I am curious about that one.
Within 24 hours. But I left it up, and it's been up for almost 2 years. I know people are gonna ask me why I didn't say something earlier. I wasn't ready. I mean, fuck, I thought I was ready, but I get... Jesus Christ. I guess not.
How do you think, Aiden? I don't think she's performing. I mean, to some extent, I think she is. To make it seem more... Now she's bringing up the... She was, you know, high or whatever. That didn't come up in the previous video. Okay. So, to some extent, sure, it is... But I think she is as upset... No, I think she's as upset as she's acting here, but she's upset... She's upset that the other woman got mad at her. She feels slighted in that sense. She's upset that this guy... She thought she was going to get something out of this relationship and didn't. So she's, like, scorned or whatever. And I think she is very upset about that. But I think she's, like... I agree it's a performance in the sense, like, she's bringing things up to add more merit to it.
But I have to do this. I have stayed silent for almost 2 years, and that silence has not been good for my mental health. I don't think I will ever truly know peace if I allow him to silence me. And in case you're wondering if there have been any allegations against Daniel, there was.
Daniel Green is a rapist. He raped me in the summer of 2016. He's a YouTuber now with hundreds of thousands of followers. Please do not follow him. He uses social justice issues for his own gain. As a white, straight man, he did many things to me without... Okay, so using other allegations... I mean, I guess that's technically okay, but, like... we need to hear... Like, there's no basis this person's claims. Your claim should stand by its own merit.
He told me about it.
And to be fair, with things like rape, okay, this is what I hate. If the victim has no proof, people automatically say they're a liar. With rape, it's very probable you don't have proof that it happened. So we take the position of, okay, I'm not calling you a liar, but I'm not going to call this other guy a rapist. We could take a neutral stance. So to automatically assume the other person is lying is retarded. Okay? You can take a neutral position. Because people sometimes are like, proof, it is... It like is hard to get proof of that.
Only reason I know about it. He told me it was false and that there's no way it could be true because he wasn't there at the time.
But do we even have okay, so do we even have proof that okay, so there's an easy way to prove that. Right? If you guys have, I would assume if you met up, you have text messages of some sort. This other person, so that you could, without even needing to prove that a non-consensual sex act occurred, he's now made a claim. You can dispute that, which will look really bad to his credibility if it turns out he's lying.
Turns out he told Discord something different. He told Discord...
I can categorically say this is false. In 2016, I was living in Ireland from late summer to the end of the year. Before that, I only saw my dad for a couple weeks out of the year, and he was there for the whole time because I was visiting him. Wait, so when he says he wasn't even there, that's not inconsistent. Ireland is a country. It's not like a small little I mean, Ireland's a small country, but it's not like a it's a whole ass country. Right? Or this was in Nashville, sorry. Wait, so where is she saying this happened?
He was
dead. What do you mean dead air? So no, he is saying on he's still saying on Discord that he either was with his dad or not even in the general area. So in either sense, he wasn't there. That's his claim. That claim is still consistent.
There, but he was only there to visit his father.
He's still saying he might not have been there. Right?
So, I'm not saying that a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault is about Daniel. I never did.
It obviously is at this point. Come on. It obviously... Are you still gonna try and do this playing dumb shit? Ethiopia has capitulated. Alright, cool.
I go to Vegas often to get tattooed. My Mamba Batok lives there.
Your what lives there?
That a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault is about Daniel. I never did. I go to Vegas often to get tattooed. My Mamba Batok lives there.
Oh. A cultural practitioner and traditional Filipino tattooer. Is she Filipino? Is she Filipino? Your what? Is she even Filipino?
Never did. I go to Vegas.
Just say that's where you go to get tattooed.
Often to get.
Not your fucking mama buttocks. Dude lives there, what?
Tattooed. My Mamba Batok lives there.
Yeah, just say you're a tattoo artist. Your mama butt. Yeah, my mama's buttocks live there.
My spirit dad.
My spirit dad? Oh, she just wanted to throw that in there to look cultured. Come on. My spirit. She just... Dude. This actually might be a performance. She just wanted to seem cultured. That's funny as fuck. My mama's buttocks lives there, bro.
I have to say something. I want to fucking breathe again. Holy fucking Jesus, I thought I was done crying about this. If he did the things that I mentioned in that video, then that would mean it's a pattern. And if I woke up one day and saw another allegation somewhere, I would never forgive myself for saying nothing.
Okay. Okay. This is actually for other people, not yourself. Got it. We don't believe you, I'm sorry. Trying to seem like virtuous and come on, dude. You're right. This actually is a performance. Whoever said this was a performance, you're totally correct. You're totally correct. The mama's butt talk shit, bro, convinced me. I'm convinced. I'm convinced this is a fucking performance.
Because Daniel likes to take his friends traveling. I wonder if they'll sue me over this.
Probably. I mean, you've just essentially implied that he's somehow raped you. Probably, yeah. They probably would sue you for this.
I'm not saying that other video is about him. I never did. This one's about him, and all I'm doing is sharing the cease and desist. All I'm doing is sharing the fact that he was keeping tabs on me even weeks after our friendship ended, and that he watched my video, and that he said it was about him, even though I never did, and that he went to a law firm and told them it was about him, and that he sent a lawyer after me to bark like a fucking dog and threaten me into silence.
Damn, dude, the lawyer catching heat.
He threatened to sue me. He threatened to bury me under legal fees. He threatened to wipe me off of social media if I didn't take that video down in 24 hours. After I got this, anytime I got an email, it's gonna happen again, I guarantee you. Anytime I saw that little notification on my phone, my stomach would fucking drop.
Oh my god.
Because I was fucking terrified.
Come on, dude. I mean, sure, right? It is scary, the prospect of getting sued. But this is all, like, meant to, like, add merit to some sort of allegation of a non-consensual sexual act. You're explaining things that it's normal to feel upset about, but in a way that, like, attests to, like, this guy being some vicious predator. I mean, this is absurd, dude. This is totally absurd. Just say, yeah, I was scared that I was gonna get another email about the lawsuit. My stomach would drop.
It was his lawyer, again.
Do you believe Queenman buys that? Well, we have a lot of hindsight bias, to be fair. But I do think that there is a, like, visceral reaction in this community to, like, immediately doubt an accuser. And this is a result of a history of false accusers, but I'll admit that there are some people that just go, like, overboard with the doubt. So maybe Queenman was skeptical of that. I don't know. I couldn't tell you how I would be in hindsight had I not known any details about those. I don't really know a whole lot of details about this. I just know that she more than likely lied.
coming after me to threaten me for something else. I spent a good year of my life looking over my shoulder, wondering what I couldn't say. Because apparently, if I talked about my life and the things that I have been through, even though, you know, even if I never say who the fuck it was, apparently he was gonna come after me for it. Sorry, not apparently, confirmed. What's gonna happen again if I post this? But I want to feel okay again. And I don't think I ever will if I let him silence me. I will not let him silence me. And I will not let him bury this the way he likes things to get buried. I think his followers deserve to know what kind of a man he is. Because, as his own lawyer said, he's done a good job building a positive reputation.
Spinning that as a negative too. It's so you're right. It's very performative. It's very fucking manipulative. It's one big performance. Whoever said it was a performance, you're totally right. I'm sorry for ever doubting you.
Medical professional. The kind of man he is when the cameras are not rolling. He's a liar and a cheater.
By the way, folks, got a shill as always. Got to remind you guys, we're so close to goal. So if you want to help out the stream, give myself a justification for doing this, so that I could say, I'm not wasting time, Mom. You can always donate. Streamlabs, $3 TTS. Say whatever horrible things you don't get to say in chat. Even though I'll say I'll disavow it. Queen's chat was totally sparking out when he first reacted to this. I'll have to check it out. Oil up.
He is a vile, despicable human being, and those words come straight from the mouth of his own partner. I don't know if they're still together. I'm not looking at my...
If it's his ex, then that makes sense.
I never want to see his face again. The first thing I did when our friendship ended, I went to YouTube, I clicked on an icon of his video, and I hit Do Not Recommend channel. Because I never wanted to see his face again. But it turns out he was keeping tabs on me. Daniel is a vile, despicable human being. And the kind of man who would pressure one of his own best friends into sexual things while he's sober and awake.
Yeah, now making it sound... Yep, the sober and awake stuff that she keeps repeating makes it sound like rape. This is obviously an implication of rape. Yeah, that if the first video didn't warrant a lawsuit, this one definitely does. This one definitely does. If the first one didn't. Alright, now I'm trying to take Austria before Hitler gets it.
Very well that they are half asleep and on drugs. He is the kind of man to keep tabs on them, watch their videos, and hire a lawyer to try and threaten them into silence. He is the kind of man that would threaten a lawsuit, legal fees, and social media eradication.
Yeah, the social media eradication shit was like a bit extreme, but ceases and desists tend to be. That was probably his lawyers doing, not his, and those do tend to be worded in like a way to scare you. That's why they're a cease and desist. They want you to cease and desist.
Over a video in which I never identified who I was talking
Yes,
about.
but you've done things that would make anyone else able to identify him. His partner being one,
That's-
which you've now admitted for some reason. Well, they would have figured it out anyway, but...
The kind of man he is. I am done being silent. I don't know what's gonna happen. If I disappear, you'll know who did it.
If I oh my god, dude, this is so... Is she... What? She's now trying to... She's like... Like, this could have been a... Yeah, this guy's manipulative as fuck. This is a really shitty thing to do. Now you're trying to make everyone think he raped without actually saying those words. Without actually saying those words. And now, to add even more credence to that, because it won't stand by its own merit, you're now trying to fucking make us think he might murder you or something. Maybe she's just referring to the threatening to take off the internet thing.
I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll receive another cease and desist.
Okay.
I wonder if he'll go with the same lawyer. She called him a medical professional.
Well, what does he do for work?
This was the revised version. It was titled Revised.
You could just tell she's like... She has an issue with this, or she's pissed at this guy. And this is her motive, her, like... It seems like her, you know, reason for doing all of this. Like, she's trying to make this more than it is. Because as it stands alone, it's not as hard-hitting.
Cease and desist. But they threatened defamation on a video that never said it was about him, and...
Come on,
They
that
called him a
wasn't about
medical
him.
professional, and she accidentally sent me a blank email half an hour before the real one.
That's funny.
So he might go with someone new.
Because she sent a blank oh my god. No, not the blank email.
4/20 of 2023, I spent alone in Vegas by the pool. 4/20 of 2024 was this.
Happy anniversary of the day one of my best friends pressured me into sexual things I didn't want to do while he was awake and sober and I was half asleep and on drugs. Why even post this? Why make this post?
And I'm not having that this year. I am done being silent. I don't know what this is gonna do. I don't need this to blow up. I don't want this to blow up. I just fucking... I just can't stay silent.
Speak your truth, Queen.
And there's no reason why this story needs to end with him getting away with it. Not when he went out of his way to attach his own name to that video.
I mean...
Never said it was about him.
She keeps repeating this, but it's like... Who else... Were you two... Well, you already said you told the partner, but it's probably... You two were probably... You've given the exact date of what you're talking about. You've given the place where it happened, and that this guy used to be your best friend. Anyone who knows you could probably figure out what you were talking about, especially when you both have livelihoods in the creator space and are friends with creators. So other creators would be able to figure this out. Question, if I'm on antidepressants, a drug, and have sex with that guy... Well, it's not like a intoxicating drug. It's not... Right? So you could still give consent. Why is it? All right, come on, and then go over here. Yeah, cool.
Not once. And I'm not saying that it is. What I am saying is that he threatened to sue me over it. So, yeah. If I disappear, you'll know who did it. I will not let him silence me. I will not let him bury me.
I think she needs a lawyer, because any lawyer would tell you this is a fucking... What a horrible idea. Oh my god, dude. This is a horrible idea. She definitely needs a fucking lawyer. Holy shit. Alright, more legal shit.
And I touched up my roots yesterday, so I got splodges of dye in my face, but that's fine. I was just ruminating in the shower. Okay, I'm back on another day to finish this. Let's talk about day number 2.
Also, I get, like, being upset about this, but, like, why not compose yourself before you go and talk about this? It is performative. Compose yourself before you go and talk about this, so you can keep your thoughts you're talking about a very serious subject matter. His response was, I approve everything was consensual and I will share it soon.
Okay. I'm just gonna force myself to talk through the tears, because otherwise it's just gonna take too long. So forgive me. Okay. Whew. Day number 2. We went for breakfast, and over breakfast we discussed the fact that it never should have happened, and that we were just friends, and that it was never going to happen again.
Okay, so you had a discussion with him about your issues. So obviously you'd be able to tell this was about him. You've essentially said to him what you said in your video. Obviously you would be able to figure out this was about him. Are you retarded?
That conversation over breakfast. After breakfast, on the way back, he stopped by an ATM, and I told him I didn't want his money, because he said he wanted to spoil me as a friend. And he said, no, I promise you, just friends. It never should have happened, never happening again, just friends. I told you I wanted to spoil you. Right, this was a last-minute tattoo appointment. It was last minute. My mama buttocks said I have a cancer.
My mama buttocks? And she says it like with the accent and shit? Does she even speak Filipino? Come on, man. Come on.
Cancellation for tomorrow. Do you want a spot? And I said, oh my god.
Sorry, Tagalog. Isn't Tagalog Indonesian? Isn't Tagalog Indonesian? No, you're right, it is Filipino. Right? No, you're right, it's Filipino. Nope, you're right. Okay, when somebody says he's speaking Chinese, everybody knows what the fuck you're referring to, retard. Actually, it's Mandarin. Actually, it's Cantonese. Actually, it's... Shut the fuck up, retard.
Yes, I'll ask my friend, but to be honest, his opinion doesn't matter.
What other country do they speak Tagalog?
I want to get fucking tattooed. So the appointment was at 4. We got back to the hotel. I went to the pool. He stayed in the hotel room for hours. I stayed by the pool, eating edibles. Eventually he came out, we hung out there for a little bit, and then I had to go to my appointment. And he was gonna come with. So we went back to the hotel room. And as soon as we were alone again, guess who went back against his word?
Who? Tell me, who?
As soon as we were alone again, he started pressuring me all over again. And I said repeatedly, we just talked about this over breakfast. We just talked about this. We just said, we're just friends. Never happening again. Shouldn't have happened. And he kept saying, oh, what's the difference? We already did it once. We already did it once. What's the difference? I had a fucking tattoo appointment. I had somewhere to fucking be. Both times he jerked himself off onto me. Except the second time, it was worse.
I like how she leaves out a key piece of information between this. What else did you fucking say in between we just talked about this and him jerking himself off? What was... She leaves that part out to make it more rapey. Okay, you have to fucking tell us, did you keep insisting that and then he took off his pants and started jerking it in front of you after you just insisted that? Or did you say, okay, fine, and then gave in? She leaves that out. She leaves that out on purpose, so then you have to fill that in your mind, and your assumption is being very led by her wording of things.
Because he also shoved his dick in my mouth.
He shoved his dick. You're leaving out what happened in between. Okay, there's he shoved his dick in my mouth, and the timeline is, I was saying no, that we just talked about this, and then he started jerking off and then shoved his dick in my mouth. People are gonna assume this is non-consensual, that this is rapey. You have to tell us what happened in between that. I kept saying no, and then he pulled down his pants and shoved his dick in my mouth. She'll cut a portion of the timeline.
I remember my mouth was so fucking dry from the edibles. Felt like a fucking carpet.
Okay, I didn't mean to laugh.
And it was all so fast. He came all over my buttock, which is sacred.
Your what? What did she keep? What does that word mean? Wait, your what? Wait, your what? Your what? Your ass? Your buttocks? I mean, I don't want to make... Is she Filipino? Is Naomi King Filipino? Is this no, okay, this is a different Naomi King. No, this is the same Wait, no, this is not the same Naomi King. The face is kind of... No, it's a different one. Sure. No, it's the same one. Wait, why did she... Wait. Then wait. Hold on. Do you not see... It is this... So this is a professional edited image. Yeah, but do you not see what she's doing here? Does nobody see what she's doing? No, I know it's the same one. But do you not see... No, I know it's makeup. No, do you not see... Maybe it's the... Is it not me, or did she not go... Did she not become like... Or did her skin not be change color? Do you know what I mean? No, Am I crazy? Am I hallucinating? Am I hallucinating? Did she not darken her skin here? No, this is her actual skin color. Because I don't think she's wearing foundation on her body, right? Did she not make her... Okay. I know people can tan. Maybe it's my monitor. I think it might be my monitor. Because here to me, she looks white. I didn't think she was Filipino. And then here, I thought this was a different person. She looks like, she looks Indian. Or not Indian. She looks, sorry, Southeast Asian. Not Southeast Asian. South Asian. South Asian. Like, completely. Not even half.
And was
Am I crazy? I mean...
given to me for sexual healing because of things that I have been through in my past. And he knows that. And then I went to my tattoo appointment.
And she's not... Did he... If... With our version of events, we've been led to believe he's raped you, so say rape. Unless there's a detail you're leaving out, which is like, okay, then why are you leaving that out? Where something happened in between, I was saying we just talked about this, and he put his dick in my mouth. She's being very vague on purpose to lead you to a conclusion.
So, he cannot say that he made a mistake and it was a one-time thing. He did it twice. Both times I repeatedly tried to talk him out of it, and both times he jerked himself off onto me. Both times he said...
You would express that you didn't want to fuck because it hurts and that you didn't have lube, so he doesn't do that. But then he jerked off without your... Is the claim that he jerked off on you without your consent? Because then just say that. Just say that. This vagueness to lead people to seems like very manipulative.
horrific things while
Hi Shelby, what's up?
doing it.
On your mama buttock.
And then I went and I got tattooed.
Listen to the Filipinos in the audience. I'm not laughing at your culture. I thought she was white, okay? Or I didn't know she was Filipino, so I thought she was just like, it would be like as crazy as me, like if I just started like mentioning like Swahili, started like referencing my village elders. That like that's what it seemed like to me.
And it was really...
Batok is a traditional Filipino hand tap tattoo. Wait, so she's mad that he cummed on her was he supposed to aim for like another part of your body? Just say he jizzed on my tattoo, and my tattoo is sacred.
Painful.
So it was her I thought this was like a physical... Just say he jizzed on my the jizz landed on one of my tattoos, and it's sacred.
And I went into shock. And I was bandaged up. And I feel like it might have saved me. Because he didn't touch me after that.
Saved you? Well, did you... Oh my, why film? Oh, listen. Okay, I'm not laughing. Dude, this is okay. I don't mean to be insensitive. I don't mean to be insensitive. I'm sorry. That was just I wasn't. I wasn't trying to be insensitive. Dude, have you ever seen the SpongeBob movie where the Cyclops kidnaps like SpongeBob and Patrick at the end? Listen, I get it. This is a totally plausible reaction to a traumatic experience. But why have this all on camera? Like, if something traumatic happened to me that I felt the need to tell people about for some reason, like it involved another bit, like if hypothetically speaking, if another big creator raped me and I felt like I needed to go public about it, I would prepare to do it in a way that was like objective. Or as objective, obviously you can't be objective about your own fucking rape, but like in a way where I wouldn't be like freaking out on cam. If that's not the case, I'd release a written statement. If you don't want to watch me have a panic attack... Wait, you left that whole part in the video. Was that like snot? Oh, ew. Why leave that? Do you see that? Just why leave that in the video? Wait, did you... Wait, I didn't mean to put it... Did you just see... Did you see that? Oh, it like swings out and just like breathe. Oh, that's disgusting. Why leave any of this? Why leave any of this in? Oh, what the? That's so gross. It was the it was the jizz from the bottom. I can't be, dude, I can't be loud. I'm sorry, I can't be loud. It was the jizz. If somebody takes this out of context, I'm gonna look like a psychopath, like an actual psycho. It was the jizz from the bottom.
He knew that I already have PTSD.
God, I want to know what the comments were on her original video. What was the reception like? So is the argument we're not supposed to have consensual sexual interactions with people with PTSD? I think that's very degrading to people who suffer from PTSD. I mean, it's believable.
Oh, fuck.
Why leave any of this in the video? It's just awkward. Oh, fuck, my game crashed. I was playing my game, you guys didn't see it, so it just looked like I was watching that in silence. Wait, I didn't that looks so weird. My game... Wait, it just looked like I was watching that in silence, because I wasn't reacting to that. I was playing a game, and I forgot to fucking I forgot to minimize it, so it looks like I'm like locked in. It's like watching her like, oh, I look like a sadist. I look like a total sadist. Yeah, cry more, bitch. Like, that looks so weird. Hold on, I gotta resume. Stop with the stand-up memes. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I'm not turned on by the thought of a woman crying, okay? Good one. Good one, buddy. Good meme. Good meme. All right, we're done with this. This is ridiculous. I'm not even paying attention. This is me. Yeah, what am I? I'm locked into the game and I'm not even listening to her anymore. Okay. Cool. Is it just I was thinking she was going to say something and I was going to miss it, but she doesn't even talk. Okay, it's just her. Don't you feel bad? Not really. No. You're supposed to care? I don't. Sorry. Alright, where is this? Alright, so she made a second video. Let's check this out. Hopefully there's no mention of her mama's butt talks in this video. Seems a little disrespectful to her mother.
Hello. My name is Naomi King.
Okay, at least this is what the first one should have been. Like a written prepared statement.
And this is an important announcement. Was that it? Was it? I don't know. I didn't watch it. My friend gave me the lowdown. Hey guys! I really want to say thank you to everybody that has been so supportive. It's been really
When did this video come out, by the way? I'm curious. When did this come out?
overwhelming, and it's kind of freaking me out. There has been a lot of confusion surrounding timelines and dates. People think that the 8-page letter was written after the trip, even though I stated it was written weeks before the trip. So in this video, I want to kind of reiterate and make clear what the timeline actually was and what the dates actually were. There were dates in the screenshots, but they're small, so I feel like people missed them. So I want to make things very clear. I am not denying having history with Daniel in the past. He first slid into my DMs over Black Lives Matter.
Okay, yeah. So this is like the bit where it's like the guy. Okay, let's read this.
Past. He first slid into my DMs over Black Lives.
I keep seeing this and it makes me so angry. People of color have peacefully protested for generations. Hell yes, they're justified in what they're doing today. Fucking racist boomer. So he's replying to a post of hers. Fucking racist Okay, so it's two white, or I guess she's half white. It's two white people bonding over how much they love black people. while justifying retarded shit, okay? Listen, also, I used to have shit dumbass takes as a kid. Also, the one take that has stood the test of time is during the Summer of Love, 2020, I had a good take involving the riots. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that one out, but people are like, riots are the voice of the unheard. You're retarded, okay? You're absolutely retarded. I'm not one that's gonna sit here today and say to you that fucking George Floyd died of fentanyl, and everything the cop did to him was justified, and that he has, because he didn't die of fentanyl. First of all, that's just not true. And second of all, when people bring up his like previous criminal history, that has no bearing on how the cops treat him in that moment. And also by that you're saying that somebody is worthy of death over a prior conviction, even if that prior conviction was many years ago. With that being said, people, when these things happen, take advantage of it for personal gain, and the looters were not the voice of the unheard. It was people hoping to capitalize on civil unrest. It happened during Rodney King. Aiden, stop? Stop what? Stop what? Because on one hand, you have these like people on the right that want to justify this guy's horrific death. We all saw the video. It's a horrific, horrible thing. And try and claim that the police officer didn't do anything, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And on the other hand, you have people that want to go the other way and say somehow the rioting is justified. It's not. Anyways, this guy he sees she cares about social justice issues, so now he does to try and riz. Is it manipulative? Absolutely. But many men riz like this. They'll see something a woman likes or cares about and then play up their care of it. That's how men do it, okay? Am I saying it's good? No, it's super cringe. It's super LARPy, but they do it to get pussy. And people even joke about it when they see what's the meme on Twitter? Anytime there's like a meme on Twitter where like, listen, Israel has this like propaganda campaign where they'll post like a hot IDF soldier, and then all the replies, it's so funny. The replies will be like, you know what? I'm convinced it was 100 billion. You know what? It was 20 million. 20 million. The joke is they're saying what you want to hear to get to slide in, but like that is a real thing. People do say what you want to hear to fuck.
It's matter.
Tell me your deepest, darkest secrets. I'll probably always be a cheater. At least he's honest. In relationships or DMD? Or DND, the former. Alright, so he's laid that out. Scummy.
Okay.
Aiden, nice try. We know you're a Mossad plant. Yeah, dude, I have this a very pro-Israel takes. So true. I stand with Ali Khan and his people. Okay? What's happening is crazy, man.
Here's some dates. January 22nd of 2023 was when he said he wanted to take me on a friend trip and spoil me. And we started talking about travel around then. For all the people who are confused as to what the fuck spoil even means, I'm a sugar baby. Now, he and I...
Oh. Okay. Cringe. Why would you admit this? So cringe.
We're not daddy baby. He wanted to spoil me as a friend. Like, that was explicit there. I know some people are not going to understand that. Some people are going to be like, I know. Me sharing this information makes me look bad. We discussed hanging out. He wanted to fucking pay for the entire trip and give me money. I wanted to get fucking tattooed. It was kind of a win-win. People are gonna fucking hate me for this, and I know that. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm getting sued anyway. Here we go. I don't remember when we officially, planned and booked things, but the trip was going to be for the end of April. On March 28th, I wrote the 8-page letter.
She's an escort?
March 28th. This is weeks before the trip, which I said in that video, but some people are getting confused. 8-page letter was written March 28th. I told him about it March 28th. March 29th, I was like, hey, I want to say it sooner rather than later, because it's kind of heavy. And then on April 1st, we had the video call where I read the entire thing out to him, and it took about 40 minutes. We decided during that call, 100%, nothing was going to happen between us. This was one hell of a fucking wake-up call. It made him sign up for fucking therapy again. We made that decision. Just friends. We're not doing that to her. This is not about what he did to me in Vegas. April 11th, he messaged again to thank me again for that literal wake-up call. April 20th, I fly to Vegas. This wasn't the first time the two of us hung out. He came here and visited.
I don't have respect for gold-digging hoes. That was not said in the letter, by the way. I'll read the whole letter in a sec. Did you catch that? Wait, hold on, I missed it. I was too locked in. Let me read that.
This was one hell of a fucking wake-up call. It made him sign up for fucking therapy again. We made that decision. Just friends. We're not doing that to her.
To her? The person he's with? Wait, so does this mean that there was a... Got it. Got it. Okay, so does this mean that she was potentially entertaining the idea of them fucking and then agreed not to fuck for the sake of her? Not for Naomi's personal preferences, but to not upset the girl he's with. Okay, got it. Thanks, sir. I would have missed that. Yeah, this changes the... I didn't want to have sex, too. Okay, we're not going to do that to not piss off... It seems like she didn't want to do it not to piss off this person, did it anyway, pissed off that person, and is now blaming or going hard on him and trying to be a victim because of the guilt.
This is not about what he did to me in Vegas. April 11th, he messaged again to thank me again for that literal wake-up call. April 20th, I fly to Vegas. This wasn't the first time the two of us hung out. He came here and visited me in Vancouver for like 3 days in 2022.
Fuck! Why did my game crash again?
Nothing happened because we were just friends. That being said, I do live with my best friend, so he and I were never truly alone together.
I thought he was your best friend.
So now I
thought he was your best friend.
I am here to answer the questions. What were you...
Oh, okay. The other video was bad lighting. Okay, I thought she had, like, purposely made herself look darker. Okay, got it. The other video is bad.
I went to sleep first alone, and I was buck-ass naked because I always sleep naked. I've done it since I was a teenager. I cannot...
TMI.
Stand the feeling of clothes bunching around my skin and twisting as you sleep and inseams.
Maybe she's autistic.
And it's just bad. But when he got there, I put this on. This was how I let him in, very groggy. I remember one of the first things he said upon seeing me was he commented on how high I looked. So I said, you want to catch up? He took half a bite of one, which would have been 10 milligrams, but that takes about an hour to kick in. So when he did what he did, he was still sober.
Well, how long out? Because it is, to be fair, it is different per person. Or it differs by individual, right? Just to be fair here.
Back to sleep. And I did remove this because I was now under the blankets. Before I removed this, that first night, I straight up asked Daniel if he would prefer it if I left it on.
Wait. Okay, maybe I don't understand women, but would you ever ever, 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 even if you don't prefer to sleep, would you ever sleep naked in the same room as a guy you've only met a few times prior who you're not being sexual with? Would you ever feel comfortable with that? I mean, if I was in a woman's shoes, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that unless I thought the guy was gay. Unless I thought the guy was fucking gay, I would not feel, and even then, if there wasn't some sort of sexual dynamic, I would never feel comfortable taking on my fucking clothes.
Straight up was like, hey, I can leave this on while I sleep. And he was the one that was straight up like, no, I've shared beds with friends before, like, it's not weird.
Wait, they're sharing a bed? I thought they were sharing a room. Wait, they're sharing a bed? Are you serious? They're sharing a bed and she's gonna be naked and it's not sexual? What world are you living on? I'm not saying if that really did happen, as she claims, he still wouldn't have the right to have sex with her if she didn't want it or whatever. What I'm saying is, I think she's lying or omitting that there was some sexual dynamic here.
He straight up said that, like, my actions are my responsibility. He straight up told me, like, you be comfortable. Looking back on it, dumbass. I know that. He went and took a shower, because planes are disgusting. And when he was done, he joined me in bed. And I would like to let people know that I have slept in beds with many of my friends, traveling, sharing the same bed. I even sleep naked.
She's been a big YouTuber for a while. She's been a big YouTuber for a long... There's no way she just did not have the money to get a... Huh? She's been a big YouTuber for a while.
Next to women, next to men, next to all the lovely people in between. And none of my friends have ever taken advantage of that. People off the top of my head who I've traveled with and slept naked next to who did not take advantage of me: Kurt, Scott, Cody.
So is she just listing her body count? If I wasn't fucking a woman, I would feel very uncomfortable with the idea of being in a bed with her where she's naked. If we had no plans to fuck. That's weird as shit. That's weird as fuck. She's just listing her body count. That's crazy.
Right. Kimmy, Tay, Romeo, like, someone being next to you is not consent. I guess I should...
Did Boblax and Augie, did they end up sharing a bed? I don't remember. I didn't really go upstairs a whole lot. I don't think they shared a bed. They didn't share a bed. Wait, you can't see that I'm playing my oh. So this looks really weird out of content. Looks like I'm locked into my game. Okay. I forgot you couldn't see my game. Okay.
Reenact for you what happened. Alright, y'all, here's what happened. There were blankets, there were pillows.
Do you really need to reenact this part?
Not this many. I was in bed like this when he came and joined me. He lay here.
Alright, if we hit goal, I'll tell you the whole truth and nothing but that. I will recollect my time sharing a B&B with Boblax and Augie. All the details, nothing held back.
And I was very groggy and half asleep. And he started to pressure me into things. Because I was facing him, I was, like, not good. So I...
Stand up aid in this part is steamy? Well, it's a good thing I'm a it's a good thing I'm a homo sapien.
Turned onto my stomach.
Because homo sapiens have control and aren't turned on by random people.
And put my arm between us to create a barrier and I was looking at my pillow while trying to talk him out of it. Like, I went from facing him and talking to him and creating a physical barrier between us because he was coming on really fucking strong. He promised me beforehand that he wanted to just be friends. He promised me he wanted to spoil me as a friend, which obviously, looking back on now, I was a fucking idiot for believing that. I was half asleep. Like, I had the strength to get up, make a couple jokes, and then get back in bed. But I was not fully there. So, he was pressuring me. The worst part about this is that I didn't even want to do it. You were coming on so strong. I turned onto my stomach, face toward my pillow, trying to...
So she keeps saying she didn't want to... What did you tell him that? And if this is true and you didn't want it and express that, why didn't you use the word rape? Why are you not using the word rape? Because it wasn't. There's some context you're leaving out here.
Talk about it first. You started talking money. I said I could do that, expecting more of a conversation, but...
Yeah, she needs to cut to herself. Yeah, exactly. She needs to cut to herself crying. She needs to cut to herself crying to make it hit harder.
You took that as a cue to start making out with me. So I was lying here like this, and then when I was halfway through what I was trying to say, he pushed me over and started putting his tongue in my mouth. Now, I will acknowledge that I did not fight him off. I will acknowledge that...
You don't need to be physically fighting for it to be rape. But this has happened 3 times now. Did you say I don't want this and say no while he was doing it? You don't need to actually fight. Alright.
I froze because that is my trauma response. It was...
Yeah, okay, to be fair, I've said this before. A woman does, or anybody, does not need to be physically fighting for it to be rape. And because it's fight, flight, freeze. Some people freeze up when they're being raped. But even when they freeze up, typically, there is some indicator that there is some indicator that they're not into whatever the fuck is going on. Okay, if somebody is like crying while you're having sex with them, it's probably a good indicator that they don't want it. It's probably a pretty good indicator.
It was all very quick. I really did not have time to think. And then he worked his way down my body in a way in which I can describe only felt like someone going down the checklist of everything they had ever dreamt of doing to you. Very quick.
What does that even mean?
Push over, shove tongue in mouth, suck the titties, lick the pussy, lick the asshole. Like, he literally was just going bam, bam, bam. Like.
So you were having sex.
And then he tried to stick it in me. And it was at that point that I was just like, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube.
Yeah, so she's told this story. So she's now, for the first time, specified that she set a boundary. And verbalized what she didn't want to do. So she's capable of that. So he doesn't penetrate. So this is a guy where based on your story, anytime you've set a boundary, sure, maybe the boundary changed afterwards. Like, you may have said you weren't going to have sex originally. But then in the moment, whenever you've set a boundary with him, he's not crossed that. When you said you're not having sex without lube, you then admitted he then didn't go and penetrate.
And he kept positioning himself between my legs, saying, come on, can we just try just the tip, just the tip, just the tip.
Did he or not?
And I kept pushing him away, saying, I'm not having sex without lube, I'm not having sex without lube. So he jerked himself off onto me.
So I'm not having sex without lube. So then he doesn't penetrate. So he respects your wishes. So then he goes and respects your wishes. So where was that? When you talk about him jerking off, did you say, I don't want you to jerk off in front of me? Did you say that? Why do you never add what you said why do you never add what was said between the sexual stuff that he did do, but you're okay with adding what happened? You're okay with specifying that you did set a boundary with the penetration part, which is a scenario where he then respected that.
Moaning my name and how long he'd dreamt about it. And again, it all happened very quickly. I've seen some comments from some people saying, like, the fuck, it takes time to jerk yourself off. Not for him, it doesn't. I am going to reenact for you what he did and how he moaned.
Okay, I don't need to hear that.
And stayed there.
Thank you. That would be so weird to just listen to that part. I don't think we needed that. I don't think that part was really necessary, but appreciate it. Wait.
I yelled at him to bring me
Was that a dog?
into the bathroom and stayed there. I yelled at him to bring me a towel. I wiped his cum off of my stomach, threw the towel on the ground, and passed out. The following morning, Daniel informed me that he spent the entire night crying and puking, and he swore that it would never happen again. And that's part of why I believed that he wouldn't do it again. Because when someone admits to crying and puking after doing something like that to you, and they promise they're not going to do it again...
Who's calling me?
You kind of think they won't do it again. So that's what I was wearing.
Day 2. Alright, so this is record over multiple days.
After the pool, we went back to the hotel room so we could get my shit. Because not only did I have to, like, change and stuff, but for buttock ceremonies, you need like, an offering.
For buttock ceremonies?
Get my food and stuff that I had there. And then he started pressuring me into the shit that he promised wouldn't happen. And I repeatedly told him, Daniel, we just talked about this. We said we weren't gonna do this. We just talked about this over breakfast. You promised me we were just friends. He kept pressuring me. He kept pressuring me. I had somewhere to fucking be. So as per usual, I did not fight back. And I will acknowledge that. He did push me.
You keep specifying that part. Did you say no? Did you say yes?
To my knees and shove his dick in my mouth, saying, suck my cock. That time...
If the situation was rape or sexual assault, like the fact you're... And sure, you can leave some things out that wouldn't... But everything you're leaving out would be relevant information that would only be left out by somebody trying to paint it as something it isn't. You would lead what you said that preceded him jerking himself off in front of you. You would lead with that if this was a case of actual sexual assault that would stand by its own merit.
He also made me lie down on the bed while he laid the money that he took out of the ATM that he promised would be just for being friends on my body. And I will acknowledge I did not fight him off. But I did repeatedly try to talk him out of it, and whenever he pushed for sex, I did reject that. And oh my god, the shit he moaned. The second time when he was jerking himself off, staring at me like I was a fucking porno magazine.
You're just describing sex. She's just like describing the process of sex. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Wait, hold on. Why is she taking money from him? Because I have no idea. Well, she's not saying she's taking money from him. What she's saying is he was just laying it out in the process of... I don't know what that's about, but...
On loop until he came. Think about this every time.
Okay, alright.
My own God.
She's a theater kid. She's a BPD theater kid. Was that really necessary? Did we have to... You're just describing sex. Was that part really necessary? Was that real? Do we need that? Do we need to hear that? We did not need to. Good one. Good one.
That's what he said. It's really disgusting and really mean. But he said that on loop until he came all over my sacred tattoo.
Was he supposed to try and aim for everywhere except your... Did you specify before sex or before your sexual exchange? Hey, before you jizz, you have to avoid my mama butt talk. Your mama butt talk.
Oh yeah. I tried to talk him out of it, but I did not use the word no, and I did not use the word stop. I knew that his flight was the next day during the day.
Okay, then what would be next for me is, did you show any signs that you weren't liking it? Right? Even if you don't say no or stop, it would still be rape for me if you never said yes. Never were on board or like talked about what was happening and like were crying or something while the act was occurring. And the other person reasonably believed you didn't want it. That's when it would be rape. So there are situations where no or stop or fighting doesn't need to be present for it to still be rape in my eyes. And a case of rape would be like if I just like threw myself on top of someone and started fucking them and they didn't say no, they didn't push me off, but they were crying. Then I would be like, okay, this is probably rape. You're probably raping somebody right now. You wouldn't ever do that, by the way. You don't throw yourself. I'm saying like that would be a case where you wouldn't need to inherently have a no or fighting for it to still be rape.
I knew that I was going to get one more night alone. There was a third day, and everyone's going to be like, hey, why didn't you run away? Where the fuck
She's a theater. So dramatic.
was I going to sleep? Where the fuck was I going to stay? We went to an art exhibit place. It was like something 15, that crazy place. Just went there and hung out. In his...
Isn't Area 15 the dispenser? And I might have it mixed up.
His reply video to mine, he explicitly said that we had consensual sex. Which is
I should have watched his reply.
interesting because in his message here, he's...
I don't agree with that, but I understand we didn't have sex, but that's not really the point with the line, so you're not wrong. When he says you didn't have sex, what he's saying is, what I'd imagine is, if you use the word consent, what he should have said is consensual sexual exchange. We have to watch his reply. But when he says you didn't have... he's obviously referring to the fact that no penetration was involved. He jerked himself off. You said you didn't want penetration, so he didn't penetrate you. So he's jerking himself off on top of you. That isn't sex. So that's what that text would refer to. That text is not an admission of rape, like you're trying to paint it into. But that's why I didn't want... So you're not wrong, but that is why I didn't want to cross that specific line. Yeah, he's talking about the penetration line. This is obviously what this refers to. You're taking this out of context to paint it as some sort of admission.
He says, we didn't have sex. So we now officially have on record him saying that we had sex.
That was obviously... Okay. I haven't seen his response, but if he said we didn't have sex, I've even misspoke and called what the two of you had sex. It wasn't sex. It was jerking off on top of you. That's so disingenuous. This is now why I'm convinced it's manipulative. Because it would be able to stand by its own. You're misrepresenting what he said. And why would he lie about you having consensual sex versus having consensual jerking off? What would be like the difference in those two things that would necessitate a lie for somebody trying to get away with something? It's clear he called your sexual act sex.
But I have record here him saying that we didn't have sex.
She's looking for anything. This is obviously This is obviously... This is retarded.
On April 28th, he blamed his demons and the voices in his head for his behavior.
I'm trying to fix myself. I'm trying not to be the person the voices in my head tell me I am. A part of that is stopping with the lies. The guilt made me suicidal. I almost got put in an institution by the first... Okay, this is a bit manipulative. Using voices in my, like, internal dialogue he's referring to. I saw and I got back like my mom. As a result, I told Kayla everything. So he's guilty that what we did. what I said, the money I gave you, what we did. So the guilt is not related to you. The guilt is related to cheating. Cheating that you facilitated. This is all related to the guilt of cheating, and then you're making that about you. You're making that about you. I've realized so fucking much since I got back about why I'm so fucked up unhealthy towards sex and relationships. There are two people that hurt me, and my God, you didn't deserve this. You didn't deserve what? But I don't want to blame trauma or an excuse. I fucked up. I start acting like the voices in my head tell me I am. I can't just say it's because of what happened to me. No excuses. I wouldn't ever stop. Not only about what happened between us, but how horribly miserable I've been for my adult life. I hope you understand, but we shouldn't talk. I genuinely wish you the best future possible. We are not good for each other, and what I'm responsible for happening is something I'll be trying. So she seems mad that he cut her off. I think she is really mad that he cut her off.
And blocked me. I'm trying to not be the person the voices in my head tell me I am.
Yep. That says everything. That says everything. She's mad she got cut off. She's mad she got cut off. That says everything to me.
With the lies.
Look at the dates. April 28th, 2023. What about the date? The first video was May. Oh, so this is a few days after he cut her off. Oh wait, my fucking thing crashed. My game keeps fucking crashing. Narcissistic people just hate being cut off. No, whoever said BPD, even though I disputed that at first. You know who else hates rejection and being cut off? That's right. I think the crying was probably real, but I think that was related to her being cut off. More so than anything that happened during the act of sex. But for somebody with... I'm not playing armchair shrink here. Maybe she's admitted to having it. But like if she does have it, the rejection is devastating. If you have BPD, the fucking rejection is like excruciating. All right.
The guilt made me suicidal. I've realized so fucking much since I got back about why I am so fucked up and unhealthy towards sex and relationships. There are two people in me, and I want to be the good one.
I got two demons in me.
I hurt you as well. I didn't want to hurt anyone, and my God, you didn't deserve this, but I don't want to blame trauma or any excuse. I fucked up. I started acting like the voices in my head tell me I am. I can't just say it's because of what happened to me. No excuses. And what I am responsible for happening is something I will be trying to fix for years. On May 1st, I made 2 videos because my whiny ass does this. This is a couple of clips from the video that was sent to her. I didn't want it. I didn't enjoy it. I feel absolutely sick to my stomach.
This wasn't from... Oh my God. So this wasn't even... This wasn't... So she facilitated... So he cut her off. She feels angry at this guy for cutting her off. So that probably motivates her to say, yeah, I cheated. Yeah, we cheated or whatever. To the girlfriend. And then the girlfriend gets mad at her. Or the wife or whoever the fuck gets mad at her. So she's now sending this video. This is super manipulative. So this was a personally... Oh my God, dude. This was on their... She's evil, dude. She's evil. She's she's evil.
Explicitly decided we were just friends. He changed his mind on the day. He started making out with me before I'd even agreed to do anything. I just want you to know I am truly sorry, and you deserve better. I sent it to his partner May 7th. I know she watched that video.
So a week after he's now cut you off. So a week after he's cut you, dude, she's evil. I know this is a trending topic. This was worth covering so much. This was, whoever suggested this, this was totally worth covering. She's fucking evil. Wait, hold on.
Because that's the one she responded to when she asked me for the truth. At that same time, I made a video for Daniel because I was in a state of shock and I was very confused and I felt very used and objectified and fetishized and taken advantage of and violated. But I was also devastated and in the state of hating myself for letting it happen.
Oh,
Because
hindsight justification. Hindsight justification. So the video is gonna go against her. The video is gonna go against the narrative that she's given us previously. I already know exactly what's probably gonna be in this video.
That's the kind of guilt that we live with. Here's a couple clips from his video.
I wanted to talk about it in the morning. You pushed for it at night. We had agreed we were just friends that trip.
This is a performance. This is acting. Oh my god.
You changed your fucking mind and didn't give me time to comprehend it. I was on—
So you said yes. So you said yes, and you regret saying yes, but you said yes. You could have said, I need time. I don't know if I'm ready to commit to this. Tomorrow. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Say, if you need fucking time, say, I need time. Are you retarded? Are you retarded?
on 50 milligrams that night. You were on 10. I was half
Didn't you just say he was sober? They didn't kick in till after he did what he did.
asleep. You were wide awake. I feel so fucking used. I didn't even want to.
May 15th, my friend sent her a link to that letter. And then that was that. That was the last of it. Over a month later.
Also, at edibles, especially 10, like, to say, she's saying, well, they didn't kick in because it takes an hour. That differs person to person and depends on the way in which you're consuming it, etc., etc. Edibles could kick in like 30 minutes. That's not even true.
June 19th, I posted that video, a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault. It was about manipulation, consent, and assault. Some people are getting like mad about that, like the description's in the title. In that video, one of the things that I said was this.
I was basically this man's therapist for 3 fucking years. And as I slowly unraveled his story and figured it out and kind of figured out why he does what he does, you know, it was all like a revelation to him, and now he's in therapy, blah, blah, blah. I recently got in contact with somebody he assaulted 7 years ago, and as she and I have been talking, it has become blatantly clear that none of what I figured out was a revelation. This man has been doing the same things, he has been using the same excuses, he's been manipulating and lying and coercing for almost a decade. If I had been the only person, I would have been like, okay, that was fucked up, you piece of shit, go to therapy. But it's, you know, discovering that it was all premeditated, and it was all planned, and for 3 years it was just like manipulating and building up to this, and he's been doing it for 7 years. It's kind of like...
In that video, I said that, you know...
Nightbot assaulted me 7 years ago? I'm sorry to hear that. You are valid, Queen.
I had spoken to someone that had allegedly been assaulted by this person that I never named, and talking to her was horrific. Talking to her made me see a lot of things very clearly. 8 days later, I received the most aggressive cease and desist with many errors over the video that never identified who it was about.
Which people could have easily figured out. Which people could have easily fucking figured out.
That day, because
people could have easily figured out who this was about.
Gave me a 24-hour response period, which was not enough time for me to get my own lawyer. So I gave his lawyer hella sass.
Why would you go and respond to his lawyer? I guess you have 24 hours, right? Even then, if you only have 24 hours, I would just respond something like, please give me time to reach out to a legal team or whatever. I would go get a lawyer. And if they see you in 24 hours, they see you in 24 hours, but at least you're not saying anything when, like, you don't have a lawyer. Thanks for reaching out. It's perfect timing. I was going to take down the videos for him and his girlfriend the other day. That being said, I want you to know that they were unlisted, meaning the only people that ever saw them were them. Wait, the videos were originally unlisted? Wait. So is this in reference... So the lawsuit was in reference to the private personal video she made for them, not the consent video, right? Oh, okay, the consent video, got it. For the last video, it was not about him, it was a general discussion. Okay, this can be proven as a lie, because then you could say, okay, who were you in Las Vegas with, in, April 20th of this year? Or, and then you would have to, so it obviously was about him. If he thinks that video is about him, it just is something about how he views his own behavior. You made reference to a specific date, time period, location. Obviously, it's about him.
Which I probably shouldn't have, but... So, the two videos that were made May 1st, that were sent May 7th, those were the other videos referenced in the cease and desist. Because a lot of people were like, what the fuck, it says videos. So the first link led to those two videos. The second link led to the 8-page letter. And the third link led to a conversation about manipulation, consent, and assault. I knew that coming forward would potentially ruin me, get me sued. He didn't really mention the second allegation in his little monotonous read. He's still trying to sweep that one under the rug. So he is going to focus all of his energy on trying to ruin me as much as he can on his way out. And he's going to be able to.
Sweeping?
I will acknowledge that I did not fight him off. And I did continue to hang out with him afterwards, because I was in a state of shock.
Oh,
and I
come
fawn,
on.
which I hate. I feel like I had to say something. Genuinely, I don't want anyone else getting hurt. And I am willing to be publicly crucified for it. He can afford the best lawyers. Somebody informed me he hired a global crisis PR manager. Like, I'm gonna end up bankrupt, I'm telling you right now.
She knows she's fucked. She knows she seems like an incredibly impulsive person. She knows making the video was not a smart move. She knows she's bit off more than she can chew. She knows she's completely fucked. So let's see his response.
Hello, my name is Daniel Green. This is an important...
He did it. He did it. He's guilty. I believe her now. I'm kidding.
Message in response to various false allegations made against me by Naomi King of alleged sexual assault in a campaign launched on YouTube and more. Let me be clear. I had consensual sex with Naomi King. Yes, it was an affair that my then girlfriend and now fiance took several years to move on from. I also have clear and convincing evidence to prove everything was consensual. Myself and my team are now planning to sue Naomi King in a court of law. The communication Naomi King has inaccurately used against me online has greatly damaged me and others to date. I also have many other pieces of evidence which prove my innocence. Look for more communication from me based on truth and fact in the near future. Naomi King took time to launch a campaign against me, and
Okay, so he wants to make a thorough response, but off the bat, he just wants people to know that he's refuting what she's saying, and it's not true. So for the concise pre-response, it's not bad.
I will need time to communicate my truth as well. More soon. Thank you.
All right, well, it did what it needed to. Just in the time being, for these things, you need to think them out. Somebody's making accusations against you. You should be thorough, think about it. But in the meantime, you don't want everybody to think you raped and that your silence is like indicative of guilt, which people normally assume. So it's like a little pre-response. Got it.
This is the 5th time I have tried recording an apology video.
Wait, she made an apology video?
And there is no way to get it right. I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in doing this. That was not my intent. And it breaks my heart how many people I have hurt.
Wait, what was this apology? What am I missing in between this? Okay, I don't have the comment. There has to be something in between all of this. So did she get backlash for the video? Am I missing something? Was there backlash against her over all this? I feel like I'm missing like some piece of crucial information. Was there like a Twitter post or something? I know this is an apology. This is her newest video.
I have been reading your comments, and I am...
So I just to gauge public sentiment. Overwhelming support on the first video, backlash on the second.
Devastated by what I have done. This is not normal behavior.
By what I have done. Did she ever explain what it is that she, did she ever admit what she did? Like, is there a video in between this? When she says what I have done, was there somewhere else where she talks about... There's got to be something in between all of this.
Not okay, and I am checking myself. Part 2 was taken down by YouTube. It got flagged for sexual content. I'm not the one who took it down. I'm not trying to hide things. I'm not trying to pretend it didn't happen. And I already know that a bunch of you have downloaded it, so I'm not trying to hide. I am so sorry to every survivor that I have hurt in this. I am also, horrifically sorry. I want to apologize to Kayla so much. And Daniel, I am devastated by how many people I have hurt. I never said that I said no. I never said that I fought him off.
You didn't. You didn't, which is the problem. The problem is you didn't add that part in, which your framing would lead people to a false conclusion that he raped you. You said I didn't fight. You never said I didn't say no, and then you obfuscate the timeline where there's a moment where it goes from I said we shouldn't be doing this to he put his dick in my mouth. So when you don't put anything in between that, people think you said we agreed not to do this, and now he's following out by putting his dick in your mouth. So you framed it in a way that would lead the average person to a conclusion that he raped you. You specified that you were intoxicated. You specified that... This is what I talk about with framing. You don't need to outright state something that's a lie, but the wording and details you choose to emphasize and the details you don't put in lead people to the same conclusion they would have got had you actually lied. A false conclusion.
I never said that I said stop. I never said that he raped me, and now I have hurt.
But you said everything but that. You described details that are consistent with people who are raped without actually using that word. Yeah. I mean, come on.
Thousands of people. I have become that person that has set survivors back, and that revolts me. And I hate it. To every sexual assault survivor who watched my first video and felt something and related and then watched part 2 and felt completely betrayed, that also breaks my heart. Everyone's, experience of trauma is different, and I know that for so many people, I let you down. And I'm not okay with that. And I hurt so many people. It was not my intent. I genuinely thought I was... I genuinely thought
You got mad that you got cut off, and then you became, super BPD about it. We know exactly what happened. We know exactly what happened. You don't need to tell us. We're well aware, Naomi. We're well aware.
I was doing something good. I thought I was protecting people, but clearly I was not. I am not okay with my behavior. It's really gross. I agree with your comments, and I am going to take a step back and reflect. I don't like this version of me, so I'm going to put an end to this.
Too late. Too late. No money? No money? No bitches, no money?
To acknowledge my
knock knock. It's a fucking lawsuit.
Faults. You know, I stand by my trauma, but I do not stand by my behavior. I am so sorry. I apologize. I genuinely don't know what I was thinking.
What I was thinking? Why does she keep like becoming British?
I don't want to blame mental illness. I don't like this behavior.
I don't want to blame mental illness, but let me imply to you that I have mental illness.
And I'm gonna make it stop. And I am so sorry for all of the hurt that I have caused.
Is this video still up, by the way? Out of curiosity.
I thought I was doing the right thing. Clearly I was wrong. And I am deeply ashamed.
True, you were wrong. Too late now.
How I have been behaving.
Too late now. Keep crying, bitch. Too late. Alright. Alright, cool. It's still up as of now. It was released 4 hours ago. Alright, let's check this out. Let's read the comments. Naomi King. I am so sorry.
This is the 5th time.
This doesn't really seem sincere at all. You tried to use emotional blackmail to get Daniel to leave. Oh, so she wanted him to leave. Got it. Girl, you literally falsely accused someone of a crime that almost ended his career. How much PayPal money did you receive, and will you return it? You made a lot of people. Was there like a video that... I feel like we're missing some like in between to this. Why is that Augie your thumbnail every stream? Because I have nothing to change it to. Problem? Yeah, these are all really good comments. Yeah. Did he or did he not assault you? You said you... So, wait, she made a police report? I'm missing something. There's something that's in between all of this, because there's no way we had a 180 like this extreme. Where is... What am I missing? And why the She implied she filed a police report in the first video. Got it. Oh, because she said... Got it. Because she had stated that, She had stated that the police don't take you seriously or whatever. Got it. Is Queeman even here? Dude, why am I slept 14 hours and I'm still tired? It's because my fucking neighbor plays the flute, dude. I can't, bro. I mean, to be fair, it is my fault for sleeping in the middle of the day. That is on me. Very satisfying situation to watch. Insanely manipulative on her end, insanely performative on her end. Indicative of a spiteful, vengeance-fueled person that is willing to attempt to ruin somebody's life and insinuate they did something that they did not do out of anger over rejection. So earlier when I said, well, her behavior is not necessarily indicative of BPD, this is the most, we use BPD a lot, it's overused. This is the most, like, this insanely visceral response to rejection. You were spot on. She's definitely BPD. You're spot on. Spot on, dude. Stop, Nightbot. What's wrong with Nightbot? He's shilling. He's shilling. We're 3% of the way to goal. We've been live now for 4 hours and 30. We're making $3 every 4 hours. You want to help us out, as always, listen to Nightbot. Hit up donos. If not, make sure to like the stream. I'm the only one streaming this late for fucking 4.5 hours. Alright. Where were we? Yeah, just fucking horrible situation. A woman like her tried to ruin me once, but I went to therapy like an adult. You should have got your revenge. What you should have done is you should have then gone and falsely accused her of rape. Okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't... Okay, shouldn't say that. $3 in 4 hours? Now you know how emerald miners in Sierra Leone feel? Sierra Leone? Yeah. Sierra Leone? Dude, isn't it Sierra Leone? Listen,
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Whoa.
I listen to Nightbot.
Pseudo Dimitri with the $10. Take that, people. It's $13 in 4.5 hours. Okay? So we're winning. We're up. Thank you so much, Dimitri. Biggest Oiler of the night. Can anyone beat it? I don't know. But Dimitri coming for the dub. What else do we got? What else is here? Wait. Apparently Drama Alert has now, like, falsely accused... Oh. Second time's the charm, Kim. So we covered the fucking Gerg shit earlier. Minecraft YouTuber Gerg talking to minors. So the allegation was originally he's a racist. Now the allegation is he was talking to underage people. Talking to minors in a private... First of all, this was his public server. Okay, hold on. Where's the TTS link? Nightbot spams it, or it's in the description. Aiden bought and paid for... And then we have... Minecraft YouTuber Gerg... Okay, this doesn't need a community note. A tweet like this should be taken down. These allegations were not relating to him talking to minors. How long has this tweet been up? This tweet's been up for 12 hours. This tweet's been up for 12 fucking hours. Supposedly he pays someone to do it, but he should have manually overwritten this. Why are links not clickable? I I think they're only clickable in chat. All right, here's the dono link, because for some reason, nothing is clickable in my description. If my IT guys, my Indian IT guys, want to know how to figure this out, there you go. Did it work? Fuck. Dude, what am I even paying Nightbot for at this point? Alright, cool. So, that being said. What else is there to even talk about? I think I had something on my phone I added to talk about. Hold on. Hold the phone. Alright. Something about dolphins? History?
AIDS gang represent, okay?
My fave streamer I won't be around as much enjoy.
Yo, Ivana, thank you so much for the 30. That's insanely generous. Biggest donor of the night. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And also, I'm happy to be your favorite streamer. Fortunately, you guys don't have many great options out there. Was this Willie Mac video worth checking out? I know I said we weren't going to cover trends, but someone in chat mentioned Coaster Dolphins dating a minor. Who's Coaster Dolphins? Is this worth checking out?
I want to preface this video.
I guess we don't really have anything else to check out, so.
Video by stating that I was the only one that reached out to everyone involved in this story, and that the victims weren't just used by Destiny.
Good on you, Willie.
But by YouTubers trying to frame themselves as heroes. One of them is still
that is true.
Lying about what he did. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I personally care about the victims either. I don't know them. However, I do have the basic human decency to not.
Honesty, we respect. We stand honesty. I don't give a fuck about the victims.
Try and sabotage them. I pride myself on doing a good job, and this video is finally up to those standards. So enjoy! Destiny is a political streamer that has framed himself as a moral authority. I've gone on his shows, cited his appearances often when covering the Red Pill.
Oh yeah, I forgot. On the New Year's stream, Willie was at his house.
Framed himself as someone who's fighting for respecting women.
C-Money, what do you... C-Money, if you have a better topic, go link it.
There's an intention within DDG, from what I can tell, from what you say and what people say, to make women feel comfortable in this space. Is that correct?
There's an intention from me. There's probably an intention from part of my community.
He thinks teenagers should get dating advice from him rather than their own stupid parents.
Person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff. You just sit there with this 13-year-old and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean? No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some like boy problems or something? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, about a 35-year-old man? Of course I'm gonna have better advice for them than some random high school person. Yeah, of course. If a 15-year-old girl came up to me and she's like, there's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school, I'd say, oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy, or ask your retarded fucking mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the why would I not talk to a person?
Even though he doesn't live up to it, then another 15-year-old, yeah, what he would say to that kid is probably not what he actually lives by, because he does not live by the morality he praises, but the things he would say would probably be better than another 15-year-old, but those things would be not things he lives up to himself.
Wait, what?
Yet Destiny has a longer list of women he's had sexual interactions with that now hate him than any of these guys. Almost all of which have been labeled as crazy, unhinged psychos, liars.
Yeah, like, I can be a pretty cold motherfucker, and yeah, you know, me and Malene have problems, but I don't think I f***ed with all of this. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes, calling people ugly behind their backs while telling them I want to f*** them because they're...
Lol.
You're, like, trying...
People were like, why is it worth calling out double standards earlier? And I was saying there's like a difference between a Like, there's a difference between like a very blatant double standard and like a passive one, and this would be that example of a blatant double standard. Like, the fact that you could know, like, you're calling out a very specific thing that you know you do yourself.
Trying to go up on shows that I'm like a producer of.
But recent leaks showed Destiny sharing sex tapes of his past partners without their consent to a 19-year-old named Rose in an attempt to get laid. I can't help but wonder, was there any truth behind their stories?
Things that's been done to me without consent or anything. That has been my past 5 years.
Then there's the aspect of how these stories broke, coming from two YouTubers, President Sunday and Beckett, who never reached out to the victim, were never given permission to share any of this. Yet they did it anyway, confirming it's her in the leaks to the general public, framing her as a suicide baiter for saying she'd kill herself if her parents found out.
Did Beckett frame it like that? I didn't check out Beckett's video. I never checked out Beckett's video, but I know Sunday did that. Sunday was incredibly uncharitable to Pixie, the victim. Okay, I know that, but I didn't see Beckett's video.
Pixie did the worst thing that someone in her position could do. Rather than seek legal recourse or make a public statement denouncing the violation of her consent and dignity that these leaks represented,
she was literally doing both of those things.
She seems to have ultimately chosen to try and profit from the situation by extorting Destiny.
This guy didn't even try to understand the full story before making a video victim shaming her. While her parents certainly know now thanks to Sunday's journalism, if she dies, she dies, a risk he's totally willing to take on behalf of making his YouTube video. After Pixie was forced to go public, she would have other women reach out, saying they also had their nudes shared without their consent. One girl even claimed she filed a police report on Destiny for secretly recording them having sex, which if true is such a violation of another person's privacy. I genuinely hope he faces
Destiny the sexual pervert and Hassan the Eastern terrorist lover. Listen, he was not a terrorist, okay? I'm sick of this narrative being pushed by the fucking libs, okay? He was like the Anne Frank of Yemen, okay? He was the Anne Frank of Yemen. Such a ridiculous narrative that the libs like to push.
Criminal consequences for it. This is not the first time this accusation has come up.
The way that Lauren keeps saying this is that is implying that I'm like recording me people or recording me like sexual stuff or something like that. That's how she like implies it. When Lauren says it over and over again, that's what she's referring to.
The response he gave on Reddit as well as in his stream come off as absurd, like he's the victim.
A lot of vulture culture streams tonight. A lot of clout hungry people that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying what I am saying.
His friends have...
He looked, for some reason, he looked fucking so different in the course of like this stream. He looked like, I mean, did he have like somebody do his makeup before he decided to go live?
People that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying.
What happened here, dude? He looks like the that one like guy who's trying to prolong his life, getting like injections of his son's blood.
Saying what I am saying.
His friends have all disavowed him. His podcast host says he told his wife to leave him.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina. Okay? I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times and she was crying and miserable and everything else. And Steve would say, "What do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in." He was like, you know, "What should I do? Should I leave?" And I'll tell you this, I was never like, "No, you should stay and make things out." I told her multiple times, like, "Listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately."
Acting like he's betrayed because nobody reached out to him.
I want to write up a list of all the people, actually, hold on. Because there were some people that messaged me to like figure out like what was actually going on. Before they kind of decided to do all this like crazy public stuff about it. I just want to read off a list of those people. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was a little bit shocking as well, but okay.
So I reached out confronting him, asking him pointed questions, and his answers were disappointing. So much so it made me wonder why he would want anyone to reach out at all. His enemies would use all of this to take victory laps on Destiny.
First of all, okay, I would say that I'm pretty confident that everyone who was featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well. But nobody talks about that.
Okay.
Huh? When?
Classic. I just made up a no you defense, but that's cool.
Hassan is getting a W over the guy who was trying to.
Yeah, yeah. You have to substantiate that. You have to. First of all, that bears no relevance to what Destiny did. But second of all, even if that's true, or even if it did bear, you have to substantiate that. You have to prove that.
To get him banned for the past 3 months. Painful.
Dude, why does Queenman sweep for Dan? I don't get it. Dan made a really good website, but like, I mean, he's been like just so wrong about so many fucking things.
Destiny would throw away all of his credibility because he wanted to goon. This is the sort of video I finish and I just want to shake my head in disappointment. I need Z-Biotic pre-alcohol to get through this. Rudy, we all have busy lives and we can't waste.
Okay, good one, buddy. Nice sponsorship.
Genetically engineered probiotic. It was designed by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. When you drink alcohol,
Oh, this product is gonna be a scam. This product's gonna be a scam. Look into the sponsor. They're gonna be promising something they know they can't fulfill.
Biotic, it was designed because we had a couple drinks. Rudy, we all have busy lives and we can't waste a day stuck inside sitting on the couch because we had a couple drinks the night before. Pre-alcohol is the first genetically engineered probiotic. It was designed by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. When you drink alcohol, it gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Pre-alcohol produces an
Is that true?
To break this byproduct down. Just remember to
I'm sure it's a contributor.
This probiotic before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow.
Okay, somebody needs to look into this. This has to be a scam. Somebody needs to look into the science of this. What's the name of the chemical?
Me and my dad just went on a father-son.
What's the name of the chemical? Acetaldehyde. It is, yeah, contributes. Is it the leading cause? Hold on. Scam. Scam product. Scam product. Scam product. Scam. Destiny skinwalking?
Yeah, it's this byproduct, not dehydration. That's to blame for your rough next day.
Wait, how am I skinwalking? Did Destiny call out the sponsorship as being probably fake?
Alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to drink this probiotic before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. Me and my dad just went on a father-son vacation, drank one of these, hit a punching bag, might have broke my hand, but hey, he's the one who was sleeping until 9 while I got up and went on a 3-mile run. So who's the real dummy? Not me. What I know is that it works, and they plan on coming out with all sorts of products.
Good one.
For background information, all of these leaks are coming from a 19-year-old girl named Rose is Coming.
That kind of shit is
Rose is coming.
literally f***ing disgusting. That he would try to trap a little girl, and I don't want to be presumptuous. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if this upsets you because you're 19, or I'm sorry if this upsets you because you're 22 or something, right? Or if you're some legal guy or whatever, you know? When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude.
Well, now
Willie, are opinions not allowed to change? Are people really not allowed to change their opinions anymore? Willie? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That aged so horribly. So fucking bad. Oh my god. No. Wait, here? No. H. No, here. And then here. No. Why is it being retarded? Up here. Okay. Fuck it. Fuck it, dude.
36 and still talking to 19-year-olds. This Rose person would either get hacked or leak the videos herself. We still don't know for sure. And all of these people's most embarrassing moments are now cemented online. Now, it's worth noting that Destiny didn't share these images because he wanted to embarrass anyone. He was trying to goon with Rose.
Just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old freshman in school as I would.
Hasn't he spoken to you on stream? Yeah, I've spoken to Destiny before. A few years ago.
Sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird.
I'm listening.
Horrible take.
To clips of Destiny from
wait, what age did he say? I don't want to.
18-year-old, whatever bullshit.
He was trying to goon with Rose.
Just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people.
If he's talking about long-term relationships, I'd agree. For hookups, though, that's horrible.
People is really fucking.
That's a horrible take.
Weird.
I'm listening to clips of Destiny from last year defending himself from women saying that he's secretly recording them.
Lauren keeps like typing messages that make it sound like I'm secretly recording people having sex. That's what it sounds like.
And then, oh look, what am I seeing on Twitter? This girl named Sherry saying Destiny secretly recorded her and shared it with people. One of the leaked DMs is Destiny showing audio of a dude he hooked up with, saying this just ended with him finishing. Again, audio's scuffed because my phone was in my pocket. It was in your pocket? Was it there because he didn't know you were recording? This guy did an entire arc arguing with red pillars on boundaries with his wife and how you should treat women. These videos were not shared with consent. One of the victims was Pixie, who heavily trusted Destiny. She described herself as extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. I had multiple long conversations regarding consent and boundaries with Destiny. Has all of these conversations about consent and boundaries and then does this without consent. Amazing. The fact that Destiny didn't maliciously share these videos might matter legally. That will have to be determined. But
yeah, that's what differentiates it from like revenge porn versus like the non-consensual sharing of illicit images, right?
Doesn't really matter for the victims, now does it? Their nudes are out there for their parents, employers, and friends to see. The leaks happened in November. By the end of December, Kiwi Farms, as well as many other creators, knew who the participants were. There were group chats talking about it. The most prominent victim in this story...
You know what, guys? I'm probably gonna... Hold on. I'm feeling a bit tired out of nowhere, dude, because I slept like 14 hours. I know the video is still like 20 minutes left. We'll save the timestamp. We'll probably finish it at some other point. To be honest, the only reason I'm watching it is to have something to pull up for stream. I don't have a whole lot to say anymore on anything, so I'm probably gonna end here. What I really mean by all of that, though, is... What I really mean by that, though, we need a donor link. It's in the description. How do you fix that? What do you want? I'll post it again in chat if you want a dono. You could dono even... I was gonna get a dono? Okay. I'll stay live for 2 more minutes because of money. Why not? That's my dono link. That's my dono link. I'll stay live for 2 more minutes.
Pixie confronted Destiny about sharing her nudes without consent. I'm super sorry, there's literally zero excuses. In DMs, Aaron wrote to Destiny, "You didn't leak it maliciously, you distributed it non-consensually." Yeah, I know, I have severely damaged her. Confirming yes, he did do this, making him come off like a complete fraud. He has hours of content telling people how to live their lives, that they have no moral standards. Meanwhile, he's going on trips to Israel with his friend Lonerbox, while pocketing nudes of a girl he was having a thing with. There's a video of Pixie's dad thanking Destiny for being a good friend.
First of all, many thanks for being a friend to my daughter.
Yeah, no problem.
She doesn't have any friends.
That's not true.
No, she has.
She's cooked.
Okay.
But
she's cooked. Her also, I'm not gonna call her mid. She's a victim. She's a victim. Not gonna call her mid.
Appreciate your friendship.
Cool.
And I appreciate that that you are friends.
Thanks. Well, I try my best. I'm a friendly person, you know.
Bro, that
is totally fucked. All right, I'm gonna end stream. You can use the link at any point. So if you don't know, at the minute I end, I'll read it at the start of the next stream. But thank you for watching. Till next time, take care. Peace, peace. See you soon. Maybe tomorrow.